What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Potter Paradox. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Harry was left at Winterfell and raised by Ned Stark? Dark fantasy. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The boy who lived in winter. The wolfswood stood silent under fresh snowfall when Lord Eddard Stark found the baby. "My lord!" Jory Castle called out, his breath clouding the air. "There's something you should see." Ned dismounted, boots crunching through frost-covered underbrush. The hunting party had tracked deer since dawn, but this discovery would end their sport for the day. A small bundle lay nestled between the roots of an ancient weirwood, its white bark and red leaves standing stark against the winter forest. As Ned approached, the bundle moved. "Seven hells," he muttered, kneeling beside what was unmistakably an infant wrapped in strange cloth, not the rough spun wool of the north, but something finer, with symbols Ned had never seen before. The babe couldn't have been more than a year old, with wild black hair and eyes green as summer grass. Most striking was the angry red scar on his forehead, shaped like lightning. The child should have been dead. No infant could survive a night in the northern wilderness, yet he looked up at Ned with alert eyes. "How did you get here, little one?" Ned asked, reaching down. The moment his fingers touched the bundle, a burst of warm air pushed outward, melting the snow in a perfect circle around the child. The men stepped back, hands going to sword hilts. "Sorcery," whispered Roderick Castle, his beard quivering. Ned hesitated only a moment before picking up the child. "Magic or not, he's just a boy." "My lord," Jory warned, "you can't mean to." "I'll not leave a child to die in the snow," Ned said, his tone ending all argument. "Winter is coming. And this boy has survived it already." Catelyn Stark's face was a storm cloud when Ned presented her with the child. "Have you lost your wits?" she hissed, keeping her voice low so the servants wouldn't hear. "You bring home another," she stopped herself from saying, "bastard," but the accusation hung between them. "I found him in the wolfswood, cat. Alone. No mother, no tracks, nothing but this." Ned laid out the strange blanket with its unfamiliar embroidery. "He would have died." "Perhaps that would have been better," Catelyn said, then immediately looked ashamed. "Forgive me. I didn't mean." "Look at him," Ned said, gesturing to where the child sat on a rug near the fire, examining a wooden toy with unnatural focus for one so young. Catelyn did look, and her expression softened. "That scar, what happened to him?" "I don't know." "And you intend to raise him here?" "Another mouth to feed, another son?" Ned asked quietly. "You can't mean to give him the Stark name." "No. But I won't send him away either. I'll raise him as my ward." Catelyn sighed. "And what shall we call this mysterious child from the woods?" Ned looked at the boy, who had somehow managed to float the wooden toy a few inches above his palm. Catelyn gasped, and the toy fell. "His name was sewn into the blanket," Ned said, his voice steady despite what he'd just witnessed. "Harry Potter." Harry was 5 when he realized he was different from the Stark children. "Why don't I look like Rob?" he asked Jon Snow as they played in the Godswood. Jon, at 6, had already learned the bitter truth of his own place in the family. "Because you're not Lord Stark's true son," Jon said. "Neither am I." Harry frowned. "But who are my real parents?" "No one knows. Lord Stark found you in the woods. Some say." Jon lowered his voice. "Some say you appeared by magic." Harry's green eyes widened. "Magic isn't real. Old Nan says it is. She says there were children of the forest and giants and, those are just stories." "Then how do you explain what you did yesterday?" Jon asked. Harry looked away. "Yesterday, when Theon Greyjoy, the newest ward of Winterfell, brought home after his father's failed rebellion, had pushed Harry into the mud, Harry had somehow ended up on the stable roof without climbing there. I don't know, Harry admitted. Jon put a hand on Harry's shoulder. It doesn't matter. We're brothers now. Harry smiled. Brothers. The first big incident happened when Harry was 7. Lord Stark was hosting a feast for several Northern lords. Harry and Jon weren't at the main table. Lady Stark insisted they sit with the servants. Harry didn't mind. He liked listening to the stablemaster's stories. Lord Bolton was speaking with Ned about increasing patrols along their shared borders when his son Domeric approached their table. "Father, is that the witch boy?" the 12-year-old asked, pointing at Harry. The hall quieted. "Mind your tongue," Roose Bolton said softly, but his pale eyes fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Later, when the feast was ending, Domeric cornered Harry in the corridor. "Show me some magic, witch boy," he demanded, shoving Harry against the wall. "Leave me alone," Harry said. "Make me," Domeric laughed, pushing harder. Harry felt something building inside him, a pressure behind his eyes, a tingling in his fingers. "Stop it." "Or what? You'll turn me into a—" The tapestry behind Domeric suddenly burst into flames. The boy screamed, leaping away as fire climbed up the ancient fabric. Guards rushed in, and Ser Roderick grabbed Harry by the collar, dragging him away from the commotion. "What did you do, boy?" Roderick demanded once they were alone in the armory. "I don't know," Harry stammered, tears streaming down his face. "I was scared and angry and, look at me," Roderick said, his voice gentler. "Did you mean to start the fire?" Harry shook his head vigorously. "I believe you," the old knight said. "But others won't." That night, Ned Stark came to the small chamber Harry shared with Jon. "Jon, leave us," he said. When they were alone, Ned sat on Harry's bed. "Tell me what happened." Harry told the truth, his voice small. When he finished, he asked, "Are you going to send me away?" Ned's expression was grave. "No, Harry. This is your home. But I'm dangerous." "Everyone is dangerous, in their way." Ned ran a hand through his hair. "But you need to learn control." "How?" "I don't even know what I'm doing." "We'll find a way," Ned promised. "The North has its own magic, older than the first men. Perhaps Maester Luwin can help. He studied magic at the Citadel." "Do you think I'm—" Harry struggled with the word. "A witch?" "I think you're a boy with gifts we don't understand," Ned said. "But gifts can be mastered and used honorably." Harry nodded, comforted by Lord Stark's steady presence. "There's something else," Ned continued. "Lord Bolton has concerns. He hates me. He fears what he doesn't understand. Many will. You must be careful, Harry. Show them you're more than your abilities." Harry swallowed hard. "I'll try, my lord." Ned put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're a good lad. Whatever power you have, I know you'll use it well." Maester Luwin was fascinated by Harry's abilities. "In all my years studying the higher mysteries at the Citadel, I never saw anything like what you describe," he told Ned as Harry attempted to levitate a feather in the Maester's chambers. "Concentrate, Harry," Luwin instructed. "Feel the weight of the feather in your mind." Harry stared until his eyes watered. The feather twitched, rose an inch, then floated to the ceiling. "Remarkable!" Luwin exclaimed. "And you've never been trained?" Harry shook his head, grinning with pride. "What else can you do?" the Maester asked. "Sometimes things break when I'm angry," Harry admitted. "Once I turned Rob's hair blue after he put snow down my shirt. It changed back the next day." Ned frowned. "Can you control when these things happen?" "Not really. But it's easier when I'm calm." Luwin scribbled notes furiously. "I've read accounts of skinchangers and greenseers among the first men, but this is different. His abilities aren't connected to animals or visions." Maybe I'm just a freak, Harry said quietly. No, Ned said firmly. You're different, but you're not a freak. Lord Stark is right, Luwin added. Throughout history, there have been those with unique gifts. The key is learning to master them. And so began Harry's training, not with wands or spellbooks, but with meditation and concentration exercises. Progress was slow, with as many failures as successes, but by his 8th name day, Harry could reliably light candles, move small objects, and even mend broken pottery by concentrating hard enough. While Rob and Theon practiced with swords in the yard, Harry and Jon developed their own training routine. Jon taught Harry swordplay in the evenings, and Harry helped Jon with his studies. Why do I need to know the houses of the Reach? Jon complained one afternoon. Because knowledge is another kind of power, Harry said, repeating Luwin's favorite phrase. Jon snorted. Says the boy who can move things without touching them. I can't fight with magic, Harry pointed out. Can't you? Jon raised an eyebrow. You could be the greatest warrior in Westeros if you learned how. Harry shook his head. Lord Stark says power without honor is worthless. Lord Stark would say that, Jon muttered. You don't believe it? Jon sighed. I believe he believes it. But look at how the world treats bastards and orphans. Honor hasn't helped either of us much. It's helped us be better than those who mock us, Harry said. Jon smiled ruefully. You're starting to sound like him. Is that bad? No, Jon admitted. There are worse men to emulate. 9-year-old Harry sat in the God's Wood, eyes closed, listening to the rustling leaves. He'd discovered that his magic worked better here, near the heart tree with its solemn face. What are you doing? Harry opened his eyes to see Arya Stark, Lord Stark's younger daughter, watching him curiously. At 6, she was already known for escaping her septa and exploring where she shouldn't. Practicing, Harry said. Magic? Her eyes lit up. Can you show me? Harry hesitated. Lord Stark had cautioned him about displaying his abilities openly. Please. Arya begged. I won't tell anyone. All right, Harry relented. But it's our secret. He focused on a fallen leaf, willing it to rise. It floated upward, twirling in the air between them. Arya gasped, reaching out to touch it. How do you do that? She whispered. I'm not sure. I just want it to happen, and sometimes it does. Could I learn? Harry smiled at her eagerness. I don't think so. I was born with it. Arya's face fell. That's not fair. I'd be good at magic. You're good at other things, Harry offered. Like what? Sewing, she scoffed. Septa Mordain says I have the hands of a blacksmith. Harry laughed. I've seen you ride. And you're brave. Can your magic make me a knight? No, but, Harry had an idea. He concentrated on another leaf, making it float to her. Take it. Arya grabbed the hovering leaf. Now you're the only person in Winterfell who's caught magic in their hand, Harry said. Arya grinned and carefully tucked the leaf into her pocket. From that day forward, she became Harry's shadow whenever she could escape her lessons, peppering him with questions about his abilities. Concentrate, Potter, Jon said, circling Harry in the practice yard. They were both 10 now, training with wooden swords while Ser Roderick worked with Robb and Theon nearby. Harry parried Jon's strike, his arms vibrating from the impact. Jon was stronger, but Harry was quicker. You're holding back, Jon observed, lunging again. I'm not, Harry protested, sidestepping. You are. You're afraid of your magic helping you. It was true. Twice now during practice, Harry's emotions had caused small bursts of magic, once knocking Jon back without touching him, another time making his own wooden sword glow briefly. I need to win on skill alone, Harry insisted. Jon shook his head. In a real fight, you use every advantage. Your magic is part of you, like my reach is part of me. Their sparring continued until Theon sauntered over, his practice with Robb finished. The bastard and the witch boy, he smirked. Quite the pair. Shut up, Greyjoy, Jon growled. Make me, Snow, Theon taunted. Or maybe your magical friend will turn me into a squid. Harry felt his temper rising, along with the familiar pressure behind his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing it down. Scared to show what you can do, Potter? Theon pressed. Everyone knows you're a freak. Jon stepped forward, but Harry put a hand on his arm. It's fine, Harry said. He's just jealous. Jealous? Theon laughed. Of what? Being a motherless nothing with unnatural powers. The practiced sword in Theon's hand suddenly grew scalding hot. He yelped, dropping it as smoke rose from his palm. What did you do? Theon demanded, examining his reddened hand. Harry looked as surprised as everyone else. I didn't mean, the handle was bound too tight, Ser Roderick interrupted, picking up the sword and examining it. Friction can cause wood to heat. Back to practice, all of you. When the Master-at-Arms caught Harry's eye, his slight nod said everything. I'm protecting you this time, but be more careful. The accident with Bran happened when Harry was 11. 5-year-old Brandon Stark had developed a habit of climbing Winterfell's towers despite his mother's prohibitions. Harry was crossing the courtyard when he heard Lady Stark shout in terror. Harry looked up to see Bran clinging to a gargoyle near the top of the first keep, at least 60 feet up. The stone was slick with ice, and Bran's grip was failing. Hold on! Harry yelled, rushing forward just as Bran lost his hold. Time seemed to slow. Harry reached out instinctively, not with his hands but with his mind, grabbing at the falling boy. He felt something connect, a tether between his will and Bran's tumbling form. Bran's descent slowed impossibly, like he was falling through honey instead of air. Still moving downward, but gently enough that when he finally reached the ground, he landed softly on his feet. The courtyard went silent. Dozens had witnessed it, guards, servants, visiting lords, all staring at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to horror. Lady Stark rushed to Bran, clutching him tightly before looking up at Harry. For once, there was no coldness in her eyes, only confused gratitude. Thank you, she whispered. Word spread through Winterfell like wildfire. Harry Potter had saved Brandon Stark using magic, undeniable, powerful magic. There could be no hiding his abilities any longer. That evening, Harry was summoned to Lord Stark's solar. He expected to find Ned alone, but the room was crowded with familiar faces, Maester Luwin, Ser Roderick, Jory Castle, and Vayan Poole, the steward. Sit, Harry, Ned said gravely. Harry took the offered chair, acutely aware of the unusual formality. What you did today was remarkable, Ned began. You saved Bran's life. I didn't think, Harry admitted. I just reacted. A boy's natural instinct to save a child is admirable, Luwin said. The means, however, raise questions we can no longer avoid. My lord, Jory spoke up, the men are talking. Some call it a miracle, others. He trailed off uncomfortably. Others call it witchcraft, Ser Roderick finished bluntly. Dark magic. Harry's stomach tightened. I'm not dark. We know that, Ned assured him. But fear makes men dangerous, Harry. Even in the north, where the old ways are remembered, magic is viewed with suspicion. What happens now? Harry asked. Ned exchanged glances with his advisors before answering. Now we must be honest about your abilities. No more hiding or pretending. You saved my son with your gift, and I'll not have you ashamed of that. But the other lords will accept you under my protection, Ned stated firmly. You are my ward, raised in my house. Your loyalty to this family is beyond question. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. Thank you, my lord. There's more, Ned continued. Maester Lewin believes your powers are growing stronger. We must intensify your training. Lewin nodded. I've consulted what texts we have on the matter. There are exercises that might help you channel your abilities more precisely. And Ser Roderick will continue your martial training, Ned added. A man needs to defend himself in multiple ways. Harry looked around at these men who had raised him, taught him, protected him despite his strangeness. For the first time, he felt not just accepted, but valued for what made him different. I won't let you down, he promised. The Raven from Deepwood Motte arrived a fortnight later, bearing a message from Lady Glover to Lady Stark. She's invited us to her daughter's name day celebration, Catelyn told Ned over breakfast. All the prominent northern families will attend. When? In 3 weeks' time, Catelyn said. She specifically mentions, she hopes we'll bring the boy. Harry, sitting at the far end of the table with Jon, pretended not to hear, but his ears burned. She means Harry. Ned clarified, though he knew the answer. Yes, Catelyn confirmed. Word of what happened with Bran has spread. People are curious. He's not a spectacle to be gawked at, Ned said firmly. Nevertheless, declining would be an insult, Catelyn pointed out. And perhaps it's time the North sees him as part of our household, not a mystery to be feared. Harry held his breath, waiting for Lord Stark's decision. Very well, Ned agreed finally. We'll all go, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran. Jon and Harry too. Catelyn's lips tightened at the mention of Jon, but she nodded. I'll send our acceptance. After breakfast, Robb caught up with Harry in the corridor. You heard about Deepwood Motte? He asked. Harry nodded. Everyone wants to see the freak. Stop calling yourself that, Robb said sharply. You saved my brother. Your mother still doesn't want me here. Robb sighed. My mother is complicated. But even she can't deny what you did for Bran. I'm worried about going to Deepwood Motte, Harry admitted. What if something happens? What if I lose control? You won't, Robb said confidently. And if anyone gives you trouble, they'll answer to me. Harry smiled despite himself. Though never as close to Robb as to Jon, moments like these reminded him that the Stark heir considered him family too. Deepwood Motte's great hall buzzed with conversation when the Stark party entered. Harry felt dozens of eyes turned toward him, some curious, some wary, some openly hostile. Ignore them, Jon murmured beside him. The feast began, and Harry tried to make himself invisible, focusing on his food while Lord and Lady Stark exchanged pleasantries with the Glovers and other noble families. Halfway through the meal, a boy about Harry's age approached their table. Are you him? The magic boy? He asked bluntly. Small John, mind your manners, bellowed a giant of a man from the head table, Lord Umber, Harry realized. I was just asking, Small John Umber protested. It's all right, Harry said. Yes, I'm Harry Potter. They say you stopped a boy from falling with your mind, Small John said. Can you show me? I can't just, Harry began, but several other children had gathered now, watching expectantly. Just a small trick, urged a Karstark girl. Harry looked to Jon for help, but his friend merely shrugged, his expression saying, It's your choice. With a sigh, Harry picked up a spoon from the table. Focusing his concentration, he made it slowly rise into the air and spin in circles. Gasps and murmurs spread through the watching children. 7 hells, Small John whispered. It's true. That's nothing, Arya piped up proudly. He can make fire and fix broken things and, Arya, Robb warned, but the damage was done. A crowd was gathering now. Harry carefully set the spoon down, feeling uncomfortable with the attention. My father says magic is dangerous, said a boy wearing House Serwyn colors. That it corrupts the soul. Lord Stark wouldn't keep him if he were dangerous, Small John argued. Unless he's bewitched Lord Stark, someone else suggested. The murmurs grew louder, more suspicious. Enough. Robb stood suddenly. Harry Potter is my father's ward and under Stark protection. Anyone questioning his presence insults House Stark. A tense silence fell over the hall. Then Robert Glover, brother to the Lord of Deepwood Motte, raised his cup. To the Starks and their magical ward. May his powers always serve the North as loyally as he served young Brandon Stark. Most joined the toast, though Harry noticed several lords who merely lifted their cups without drinking. Among them was Roose Bolton, his pale eyes calculating as they fixed on Harry. Later that evening, as the celebration continued, Harry slipped away to find some peace in Deepwood Motte's small god's wood. Not enjoying the attention? A soft voice asked. Harry turned to find Roose Bolton watching him from the shadows, his presence so quiet Harry hadn't heard him approach. No, my lord, Harry answered truthfully. Curious, for a boy with your gifts, Bolton said, stepping closer. Most would revel in such power. I didn't ask for it. Few ask for the power they're given, Bolton observed. The question is how they use it. Harry straightened his shoulders. I would never use it to harm the Starks. Of course not, Bolton agreed smoothly. But power grows, boy. It hungers. Have you never wondered where yours came from? What it might be meant for? Harry had wondered exactly that countless times, but he wasn't about to admit it to this man whose cold eyes reminded him of a snake. Lord Stark guides me, Harry said instead. Eddard Stark is an honorable man, Bolton acknowledged. But honor has its limitations when dealing with forces beyond understanding. What do you want, Lord Bolton? A thin smile appeared on the Lord's bloodless lips. Merely to offer advice. The North remembers older powers than yours, boy. Tread carefully. With that cryptic warning, he melted back into the shadows, leaving Harry with a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. He threatened you? John asked later that night, when they were preparing for bed in the chamber they shared. Not exactly, Harry said, recounting the conversation with Lord Bolton. But he was definitely warning me about something. Bolton has always been strange, Robb added, sitting on the edge of John's bed. He'd come to discuss the feast but stayed when he heard about Bolton's interest in Harry. Father says he's cunning but loyal. He didn't seem loyal tonight, Harry muttered. What did he mean about older powers? John wondered. Robb shrugged. Old Nan would say he meant the children of the forest, or worse things beyond the wall. Just stories to frighten us. Maybe, Harry said, unconvinced. But he knows something about magic. I could feel it. Whatever he knows doesn't matter, Robb declared. You're one of us, Harry. A Stark in all but name. Harry smiled, touched by Robb's certainty. Thanks. After Robb left, John gave Harry a searching look. Are you all right? I don't know, Harry admitted. Everyone's watching me now. Expecting things. Like what? Greatness. Or disaster. Harry sighed. What if I can't control it? What if it gets stronger? John was quiet for a moment. When I was little, I used to pray for something to make me special. Something that would make Lady Stark look at me the way she looks at Robb. And now? Now I realize being special isn't always a gift, John said. But you handle it better than most would. Harry wasn't so sure, but John's faith in him was comforting nonetheless. The journey back to Winterfell was tense. Twice they passed small folk who crossed themselves at the sight of Harry, whispering about the Stark witch boy. They're afraid of what they don't understand, Ned explained when Harry mentioned it. Give them time. But time only brought more rumors. Stories spread across the north, some claiming Harry could transform into a wolf, others that he spoke with the dead in the crypts beneath Winterfell. The wilder the tales grew, the more cautious Harry became about using his abilities openly. Only within Winterfell's walls did he continue practicing, now under the watchful eyes of both Maester Luwin and, surprisingly, Lady Stark herself. I want to understand what you're capable of, she told Harry bluntly during one session. For the safety of my family. Harry nodded, accepting her scrutiny as he attempted to heal a wounded raven Lewin had brought. He placed his hands near the bird's broken wing, concentrating on the concept of mending, of wholeness returning. A soft green glow emanated from his palms. The raven squawked, fluttering as the crooked angle of its wing straightened visibly. Extraordinary, Lewin breathed. The bone is knitting itself. Caitlin watched with wide eyes. Can you heal people this way? I've never tried, Harry admitted. I'm afraid of making mistakes. A wise caution, she said, and Harry thought he detected a new respect in her voice. The raven's wing was soon healed completely. It took flight, circling the maester's chambers before landing on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that made even Caitlin smile. It seems you've made a friend, she observed. Harry stroked the bird's glossy feathers. I've always had a way with animals. Like the direwolf pups, Lewin noted. 6 months earlier, Lord Stark had returned from an execution with 6 direwolf pups, one for each Stark child, including Jon. The wolves had been orphaned, their mother killed by a stag's antlers. What no one but Jon knew was that Harry could sense the wolves' emotions, sometimes even glimpsing images from their perspectives. It was different from his other abilities, more primal, less controllable. The raven will need a name, Caitlin said, interrupting Harry's thoughts. Harry considered the bird's intelligent eyes. Quoth, he decided, though he wasn't sure why the name came to mind. An unusual choice, Lewin remarked. He's an unusual bird, Harry replied, feeling the raven's claws tighten affectionately on his shoulder. At 12, Harry's magical outbursts became less frequent but more powerful. When angry or frightened, he could shatter windows or create gusts of wind strong enough to knock grown men off their feet. His deliberate magic improved too, he could move larger objects, create sustained balls of light, and even make simple objects appear different colors or textures. Lord Stark decided it was time for Harry to learn diplomacy alongside his other skills. Magic makes you powerful, Ned told him, but words can be equally potent weapons, or shields. So Harry began attending council meetings, observing how Lord Stark handled disputes between vassals, managed resources, and maintained alliances. Harry absorbed these lessons eagerly, recognizing their value. He was present when a representative from White Harbor brought news that would change everything. Ships, my lord, the merchant reported. Unlike any seen before, docking at Eastwatch by the sea. The Night's Watch reports their captain claims to be searching for a boy with a lightning scar. The council chamber went silent. All eyes turned to Harry. When did these ships arrive? Ned asked, his voice carefully neutral. 3 days passed, the merchant said. Their leader carries a strange instrument, a polished stick he claims channels magic. Harry's heart pounded. Someone like him. Someone who might have answers about where he came from. Did this man give a name? Lewin inquired. I. Called himself a collector of rare things. Said the boy belonged in his collection. Ned's expression darkened. And the Night's Watch? What was their response? Lord Commander Mormont granted him an audience but denied his request to search beyond the wall. The man claimed his instruments indicated the boy might be there. Beyond the wall? Rob questioned. Why would he think that? No one had an answer, but Harry felt a chill of premonition. Double the guards, Ned ordered. And send word to Lord Mormont. I want to know everything about these strangers, their numbers, weapons, and especially any display of abilities similar to Harry's. After the council dispersed, Harry approached Lord Stark. My lord, if these people are like me, we don't know what they are, Ned interrupted. But a man who calls himself a collector of rare things and seeks a child does not have honorable intentions. But they might know where I came from, Harry persisted. My parents, my home, your home is here, Ned said firmly. Until we know more, you'll remain in Winterfell under guard. Harry wanted to argue but recognized the concern behind Lord Stark's decision. Yes, my lord. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He paced his chamber until Jon finally sat up in bed. Seven hells, Harry. What's wrong? I can't stop thinking about those ships. About the man looking for me. Jon sighed. Father will protect you. I know. But what if? Harry hesitated. What if I was sent away? What if someone out there has been looking for me all this time? Then where were they 11 years ago when you were a baby in the snow? Jon countered. It was a fair question, one Harry had no answer for. I need to know, Jon. And you will, Jon assured him. But rushing to meet strange men with unknown powers isn't the way. Harry nodded reluctantly. You're right. But as he finally drifted to sleep, Harry's dreams were filled with ships carrying people with wands and lightning scars, calling his name across storm-tossed seas. The next morning brought unexpected visitors to Winterfell, a small party from Eastwatch by the Sea, led by a black brother named Yoren. Lord Commander sends his regards, Yoren told Ned in the Great Hall. And a warning. The foreigners at Eastwatch are more than they seem. Explain, Ned commanded. They carry power like the boys, Yoren said, nodding toward Harry, who stood with Robb and Jon. But darker. One turned Eastwatch's maester into a rat when he refused them information. Gasps echoed through the hall. Did they restore him? Luwin asked, horrified. Aye, but only after Lord Commander threatened their leader with 20 arrows aimed at his heart, Yoren said grimly. They've since departed, but not before their captain vowed to find what he seeks, with or without the Watch's blessing. How many are they? Ned inquired. 7 ships, perhaps 200 men, Yoren reported. Well armed, with strange devices that seemed to work like the boys' magic but focused through carved sticks. Harry exchanged glances with Jon. Wands. They had to be wands. And their destination? Ned pressed. South along the coast, Yoren said. But their leader, the one who calls himself the Collector, he spoke of sensing the boy's magic. Said it leaves traces he can follow. Harry felt sick. Could they really track him? Was nowhere safe? Lord Stark's face was grim. Thank you, Yoren. Rest your men before you return. After the Black brothers were escorted to guest quarters, Ned summoned his household guard. Double patrols, he ordered. No strangers enter Winterfell without my personal approval. Jory, select 10 of your best men to guard Harry at all times. My lord, Harry protested, I don't need, this isn't a request, Ned cut him off. These people turned a maester into a rat, Harry. Their powers may exceed even yours. All the more reason I should learn from them, Harry argued. They could teach me to control, no. Ned's voice was uncharacteristically sharp. A man who collects people is a slaver by another name. I'll not deliver you to such a fate. Harry fell silent, but his mind raced with possibilities. What if the Collector knew his parents? What if he had answers that Lord Stark couldn't provide? 3 days later, Harry sat in the God's Wood, attempting to clear his mind. His constant guards maintained a respectful distance but never left his sight. You look troubled. Harry opened his eyes to find Arya watching him. At 9, she had grown from a curious child into a headstrong girl who preferred archery to needlework. Just thinking, Harry said. Arya plopped down beside him. About the wizard men looking for you? Harry smiled at her directness. Yes. Are you scared? A little, he admitted. But also curious. I'd be curious too, Arya said. Do you think they're really like you? Maybe. But Lord Stark says they're dangerous. Arya pulled a face. Father always thinks everything's dangerous for us. He's trying to protect us. I know, but, she broke off, turning toward the heart tree. Did you hear that? Harry listened. A faint rustling came from beyond the god's wood wall, too coordinated to be the wind. "Get behind me," Harry whispered, standing slowly. One of his guards approached. "My lord?" Before Harry could answer, a bright red light shot over the wall, striking the guard in the chest. The man collapsed instantly. "Run!" Harry shouted to Arya, pushing her toward the keep as more lights, red, green, blue, began flying through the air. His remaining guards drew swords, but they stood little chance against the barrage of spells. Harry watched in horror as one was thrown 30 feet into the air, another frozen solid where he stood. A section of the stone wall exploded inward. Through the dust stepped 3 figures in dark robes, each holding what Harry instantly recognized as wands. "There you are," said the foremost figure, a tall, thin man with silver-streaked black hair and a monocle over one eye. "The lost wizard child of Westeros. I've searched for you for a very long time." Harry pushed Arya further behind him, feeling his magic surge with his fear. "Who are you?" "I am the Collector," the man said with a slight bow. "And you, Harry Potter, are my greatest find yet. How do you know my name?" The Collector smiled thinly. "I know more than your name. I know what you are. Where you come from. The power you carry." "Harry," Arya whispered urgently. "We need to run." The Collector raised his wand. "No one is running anywhere. Immobilis." Harry felt his body freeze, muscles locking in place. Only his eyes could move, watching helplessly as one of the Collector's companions reached for Arya. Panic surged through Harry, followed by a wave of power unlike anything he'd felt before. It burst from him in all directions, shattering the magical binding and throwing the 3 intruders back through the broken wall. "Get to the keep!" Harry shouted to Arya, who looked torn between following his order and staying to help. The alarm bells began ringing throughout Winterfell. Harry heard shouting, the clash of steel on steel. The invasion wasn't limited to the God's Wood. The Collector rose from the rubble, his face now showing a mixture of pain and admiration. "Impressive. Untrained, yet so powerful. You'll be the crown jewel of my collection." "I belong to no one," Harry said, channeling his magic into his hands, feeling the familiar warmth building. "Your defiance is charming but futile," the Collector replied. "You have potential but no skill. Allow me to demonstrate." Crucio. Pain beyond anything Harry had experienced tore through his body. He fell to his knees, screaming, unable to focus enough to use his magic. Through tears of agony, he saw Arya grab a fallen guard's dagger and rush toward the Collector. "No!" Harry gasped, but she was already moving. The Collector flicked his wand almost lazily. Ventus. A gust of wind threw Arya back, sending her tumbling across the ground. Seeing her hurt triggered something in Harry. The pain was still excruciating, but his fury gave him focus. He reached out with his mind, grasping at the roots beneath the God's Wood floor. They responded, erupting from the earth to wrap around the Collector's legs. The man's concentration broke, ending the torture spell. "How are you doing this?" he demanded, slashing at the constricting roots with his wand. "This isn't normal magic." Harry struggled to his feet, blood running from his nose, his entire body trembling. "I told you. I belong to no one." He heard running footsteps, Stark guards approaching, with Robb and Jon at their head. But the Collector's companions were rallying too, firing spells to hold the rescuers at bay. "We're leaving," the Collector decided, pointing his wand at Harry. Imperio. A strange, floating sensation overtook Harry. He heard the Collector's voice in his head, calm and reasonable, "Come with me. You want to come with me." Part of Harry did want to go, to learn the secrets this man possessed. But stronger was the part that remembered Lord Stark's teachings about honor and family. "No," Harry said aloud, forcing the compulsion away. The Collector's eyes widened in surprise. You resist the imperious curse. Extraordinary. But we've lingered too long. He raised his wand again, but before he could cast another spell, an arrow struck his shoulder. He staggered backward as more arrows fell around them. Looking up, Harry saw Theon Greyjoy on the battlements with a group of archers. The collector's companions grabbed him, pulling him back through the broken wall. "This isn't over, Potter," he called out. "I'll return for you." Then they were gone, leaving destruction in their wake. Robb reached Harry first, catching him as his legs gave out. "Are you hurt? What did they do to you?" "Pain," Harry managed. "Magic pain. Worse than anything." Jon knelt beside Arya, checking her for injuries. "She's just stunned." Lord Stark arrived moments later, his face a mask of fury as he surveyed the damage. Guards lay dead or injured, parts of the Godswood wall demolished, and Harry barely conscious in Robb's arms. "Get the maester," Ned ordered, taking Harry from Robb. "And secure the castle. They might still be inside our walls." "They're gone," Harry whispered. "For now." "What did they want?" Ned asked, though he already knew. "Me," Harry said simply. He called himself the Collector. "Said he knew where I came from." Ned's expression softened. "And you want to know?" "Yes. But not like this." Harry winced as pain shot through his limbs. "He tried to control my mind. Make me want to go with him." "And you resisted," Ned observed with pride. "I remembered what you taught me," Harry said. "About honor. About family." Ned held Harry tighter as Maester Luwin hurried toward them. "Rest now. You're safe." But as Harry closed his eyes, he knew safety was an illusion. The Collector would return, bringing with him both danger and answers about Harry's true origins. For now, though, surrounded by the Starks, Harry was home. And that was enough. Chapter 2, The Blood of Winter. 5 years passed since the Collector's attack on Winterfell. 5 years of training, growing, and watching. The North hadn't forgotten the invasion, guards still patrolled Winterfell's walls with extra vigilance, and Lord Stark had forged stronger alliances with nearby houses, preparing for the Collector's promised return. But for 16-year-old Harry Potter, life had settled into a new normal. Again, Jon called, circling Harry in the practice yard, his sword gleaming in the morning light. Harry wiped sweat from his brow, adjusting his grip on his own blade. Unlike Jon, who preferred the standard steel longsword of the North, Harry had taken to a slightly shorter, lighter blade that suited his quick movements. "Getting tired, Snow?" Harry taunted, a grin splitting his face. "You wish, Potter." They clashed again, steel ringing against steel. Jon had grown into a formidable swordsman, stronger than Harry, with a natural instinct for combat. But Harry had his own advantages. He'd learned to channel small amounts of magic to enhance his speed and perception, making him unervingly quick. "You're cheating again," Jon observed, parrying Harry's thrust. "Not cheating. Adapting." Robb, watching from the fence with Theon, laughed. "He's got you there, brother." At 16, Robb had grown into his role as heir to Winterfell, his auburn hair and blue eyes marking him clearly as Catelyn's son. He'd become a skilled fighter in his own right, though his true talents lay in leadership and strategy. Jon lunged suddenly, forcing Harry to leap back. The move was a feint, Jon's blade swept low, catching Harry behind the knee. Harry went down hard but rolled immediately, avoiding Jon's follow-up strike. As Harry scrambled to his feet, he felt the familiar surge of magic responding to his distress. The ground beneath Jon's feet shifted slightly, not enough to be obvious, but just enough to throw off his balance. Jon stumbled, giving Harry the opening he needed. He pressed forward, his blade stopping just short of Jon's throat. "Yield," Harry demanded. Jon's eyes narrowed. "You moved the ground." "Prove it," Harry challenged, lowering his sword. "I don't need to." "I felt it," Jon said, but there was no heat in his words. After 5 years of training together, Jon had come to accept Harry's occasional magical advantages as part of their routine. "Well fought, both of you," called Ser Roderick, approaching with a nod of approval. "Potter, your footwork's improved. Snow, good feint, but watch your recovery." The boys nodded, catching their breath as Robb joined them. "Father wants us in the Great Hall," Robb said. A rider came from King's Landing. The three exchanged glances. News from the capital was rare in Winterfell and seldom good. "What's happened?" Jon asked. "Jon Arryn is dead," Robb said grimly. "And the king rides north." The Great Hall buzzed with activity as Lord Stark briefed his household. Harry, Jon, and Robb stood to one side, listening intently. "King Robert Baratheon, his queen, their children, and half the court will arrive within the month," Ned announced. "We must prepare Winterfell accordingly." "Why would the king come all this way?" Sansa asked, now a beautiful girl of 13 with her mother's Tully looks. "To see father, obviously," Arya replied. At 11, she'd grown from a troublesome child into a rebellious preteen who still preferred breeches to dresses. Catelyn shook her head. "The king doesn't travel thousands of miles for a social call. He needs something from Ned." "The hand of the king," Maester Luwin speculated quietly. "With Jon Arryn's passing, his grace will need a new hand." Harry watched Lord Stark's face carefully, noting the grim set of his mouth. Ned had never spoken much about his time fighting alongside Robert Baratheon during the rebellion, but Harry knew enough to understand they shared a complicated history. "Whatever his reasons," Ned said, "we will receive the royal party with all honor. Preparations begin immediately." As the meeting dispersed, Harry felt a familiar presence at his elbow. "This changes things," Arya said quietly. Harry nodded. In the 5 years since the Collector's attack, he'd grown close to Arya, who found in Harry a kindred spirit, someone else who didn't quite fit the mold of what they should be. "Southerners don't understand magic," Harry agreed. "They fear it. Will you hide what you can do?" Harry considered this. His abilities had grown significantly since childhood. With practice and Luwin's guidance, he could now perform precise magical feats, moving objects with fine control, creating sustained illusions, even healing minor wounds. But his more dramatic powers, the ones that emerged in moments of extreme emotion, remained unpredictable and sometimes frightening. "I'll be careful," Harry decided. "But I won't pretend to be something I'm not." Arya grinned. "Good. I want to see the Queen's face when you make Sansa's embroidery dance across the table." "You're terrible," Harry laughed, ruffling her hair despite her protests. That evening, Harry sought out Lord Stark in his solar. He knocked tentatively on the heavy oak door. "Enter," Ned called. Harry found him reviewing ledgers with Vayan Poole, calculating the costs of hosting the royal party. "Harry," Ned acknowledged, looking up. "What troubles you?" "May I speak with you privately, my lord?" Ned nodded to Poole, who gathered the papers and departed with a respectful bow. "The king's visit," Harry began once they were alone. "I'm concerned about how he might react to me." Ned leaned back in his chair, studying Harry thoughtfully. The boy he'd found in the Wolfswood had grown into a young man with unruly black hair and intense green eyes. The lightning scar remained prominent on his forehead, a reminder of his mysterious origins. "Robert has heard rumors, I'm sure," Ned admitted. "Tales of the Stark witch boy have spread far beyond the north. Should I make myself scarce when he arrives? Perhaps visit the mountain clans or—" "No," Ned interrupted firmly. "You are part of this household, Harry. I won't have you hiding away like some shameful secret. But if the king disapproves, then he disapproves," Ned stated. "You've done nothing wrong." Harry smiled gratefully, but his concerns weren't entirely assuaged. "And the Queen? I've heard the Lannisters are particularly suspicious of magic." "Cersei Lannister is suspicious of anything she can't control," Ned said dryly. But you'll be under my protection. Harry nodded, though a nagging worry remained. Do you think the king might try to take me south? To study or use my abilities? Ned's expression darkened. I'd like to see him try. The vehemence in Lord Stark's voice took Harry by surprise. Despite raising him for 15 years, Ned rarely displayed such open possessiveness. Thank you, my lord, Harry said quietly. There's something else you should know, Ned continued after a moment. After the Collector's attack, I sent inquiries to various maesters and scholars throughout Westeros, seeking information about others with abilities like yours. Harry's heart quickened. Did you find anything? Very little, Ned admitted. A few old tales of children born with strange powers during the long night. Isolated incidents of unexplained phenomena. Nothing concrete until... A maester at the Citadel responded last year. He'd found references to a group called the Wand Wielders in ancient texts, foreigners who allegedly arrived in Westeros thousands of years ago, bearing powers similar to what you and the Collector displayed. Harry leaned forward eagerly. What happened to them? The accounts are fragmented. Some suggest they integrated with the First Men, others that they were driven north beyond the Wall. Most intriguing was a mention that they were drawn to Winterfell, or rather, to whatever power lies beneath it. What power? Ned shook his head. The text didn't specify. But the maester noted similarities between descriptions of the Wand Wielders' abilities and certain northern legends about skin-changers and greenseers. Harry considered this. He'd spent years studying northern history with Maester Luwin, learning about the Children of the Forest, the First Men, and the magic they supposedly wielded. Could his own abilities be connected somehow? Does Maester Luwin know about this? Harry asked. Yes, though he's skeptical. The Citadel dismisses most tales of magic as superstition. But we know magic is real, Harry pointed out. I use it every day. Indeed, Ned agreed. Which is why I wanted you aware of these findings. If there's a connection between your powers and the North itself, it might explain why you ended up here. Why I found you in the Wolfswood all those years ago. Harry nodded slowly, processing this new information. Thank you for telling me. I should have shared this sooner, Ned admitted. But with the Collector's threat and now the King's visit. He sighed heavily. Be vigilant during Robert's stay, Harry. Not everyone from the south will view your abilities as I do. The month before King Robert's arrival passed in a flurry of activity. Winterfell was scrubbed, polished, and provisioned for the royal visit. Harry did his part, using small magics to help repair broken furniture and clean hard-to-reach places when no one but the Starks were watching. One afternoon, he found himself in the God's Wood with Bran, who at 10 had developed a fascination with Harry's abilities. Can you make it snow? Bran asked, sitting cross-legged beside the heart tree. Harry laughed. We get plenty of snow without my help. But just a little. Inside? Bran pressed. For the feast. I don't think your mother would appreciate that. Bran's face fell in disappointment. I could show you something else, though, Harry offered. He cupped his hands together, concentrating until a small ball of blue light appeared, hovering above his palms. What is it? Bran asked, reaching toward the glow. Just light, Harry explained. But watch. The ball expanded, morphing into the shape of a wolf that bounded silently around them before dissolving into sparkling motes. Bran clapped in delight. Can you teach me? I don't think it's something that can be taught, Harry said gently. You're either born with it or not. That's not fair, Bran pouted. Maybe not, Harry agreed. But you have your own gifts. You're climbing, for one. Bran brightened at that. His ability to scale Winterfell's towers had become legendary, despite his mother's constant admonitions. Can you feel the heart tree? Bran asked suddenly, placing a hand on the white bark. It feels alive. More than other trees. Harry hesitated. The truth was, he had always felt something when near the weirwoods, a subtle hum of energy, different from his own magic but resonant with it somehow. He'd mentioned it to Luwin once, who theorized that the old gods, if they existed, might recognize Harry's power as kindred to their own. "I do feel something," Harry admitted, touching the tree beside Bran's hand. "Like it's watching us. Old Nan says the heart trees are the old god's eyes." "Maybe she's right," Harry said, only half joking. "The north is full of magic, Bran. Older than mine. Deeper." Bran looked at Harry seriously. "Will you show the king your magic?" "I hope I won't need to," Harry replied, though he'd been asking himself the same question for weeks. The royal procession arrived with all the subtlety of a thunderstorm, hundreds of riders, dozens of wagons, banners flapping in the northern wind. Harry stood with the household in the main courtyard, positioned between Robb and Jon as the king made his entrance. Robert Baratheon was not what Harry expected. Fat where Ned was lean, loud where Ned was quiet, the king seemed his foster brother's opposite in every way. Yet when the two men embraced, Harry glimpsed the bond forged in their youth. Queen Cersei followed, beautiful but cold, her golden hair and green eyes marking her clearly as a Lannister. Her gaze swept across the assembled household, lingering for a moment on Harry. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the northern air. The royal children came next, arrogant Prince Joffrey, sweet Princess Myrcella, and young Prince Tommen, followed by the Queen's brothers. Ser Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, cut an impressive figure in his white Kingsguard armor. His twin sister's beauty with his father's arrogance, Jon had once described him. Tyrion Lannister was nowhere to be seen. After formal introductions, the king requested a visit to the crypts to pay respects to Lyanna Stark. Harry noticed the queen's displeasure but wasn't surprised. Everyone knew the story of Robert's lost love and his enduring grief. As the household dispersed to resume preparations for the evening's feast, Harry felt a tug on his sleeve. "That's him, isn't it?" whispered a small voice. "The witch boy?" Harry turned to find Prince Tommen staring up at him with undisguised curiosity. At 8, the youngest royal child had his mother's golden looks but none of her coldness. "My name is Harry Potter," he replied kindly. Tommen's eyes widened. "Can you really do magic? Make things fly and change colors and, Tommen?" The queen's sharp voice cut through the courtyard. "Come here at once." The prince flinched. "Sorry," he whispered to Harry before hurrying to his mother's side. Cersei drew her son behind her skirts, her green eyes fixed on Harry with naked suspicion. "Stay away from my children," she said, voice pitched low but perfectly audible. Harry bowed slightly. "As you wish, Your Grace." Her eyes narrowed at his easy compliance. "The king will want to see these tricks of yours." "I've advised against it, naturally." "I'm not a performer, Your Grace," Harry replied evenly. "Merely Lord Stark's ward." "We shall see," she said before turning away, her crimson skirt swishing against the courtyard stones. Jon appeared at Harry's side. "Making friends already?" "Oh, definitely," Harry said dryly. "The Queen looks at me like I might turn her children into toads." "Could you?" Jon asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry shoved him playfully. "I've never tried, and I'm not about to start with royal children." They headed toward the armory, where they'd been tasked with polishing ceremonial weapons for the feast. "The king asked about you," Jon mentioned casually as they worked. "I overheard him talking to father on the way to the crypts." Harry's hands stilled. "What did he say?" "He called you Ned's pet sorcerer and asked if the stories were true." "And Lord Stark's response?" "That you're a ward of Winterfell with unusual gifts, nothing more," Jon said. The king laughed and said he wanted to see for himself. Harry sighed, resuming his polishing with more vigor than necessary. "Wonderful. It might not be that bad," Jon offered. "The king seems more curious than hostile." "It's not the king I'm worried about," Harry admitted. Did you see how the Queen looked at me? Jon nodded grimly. Like you were a threat. Exactly. And then there's the Kingslayer, who spent the entire introduction studying me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve. They've probably heard the stories, how you stopped Bran's fall, fought off the Collector. Harry snorted. Stories that grow with each telling. Last time I visited Wintertown, I overheard a man claiming I could turn into a dragon and breathe fire. Jon laughed. Can you? If I could, don't you think I'd have mentioned it by now? Their banter was interrupted by Robb, who entered the armory with a serious expression. Father wants to see you, Harry. In his chambers. Now. Now, Robb confirmed. The king is with him. Harry and Jon exchanged looks. Here we go, Harry muttered, setting aside his polishing cloth and steeling himself for the coming interrogation. Lord Stark's chambers were warm, heated by a roaring fire that cast long shadows across the stone walls. King Robert sat in a chair that seemed too small for his massive frame, a goblet of wine already in hand despite the early hour. Ned stood by the window, his expression carefully neutral. Your Grace, Harry said, bowing as he entered. So this is the famous Harry Potter, Robert boomed, his blue eyes studying Harry intently. Ned's foundling sorcerer. You don't look like much. Few of us are what we appear, Your Grace, Harry replied diplomatically. Robert barked a laugh. He has a tongue on him. Good. I can't stand mealy-mouthed courtiers. He gestured to a chair. Sit, boy. I want to hear your story from your own lips, not tavern gossip. Harry sat, acutely aware of Lord Stark's watchful gaze. What would you like to know, Your Grace? Everything, Robert said, leaning forward. How Ned found you. When your abilities first showed themselves. What you can do. Harry glanced at Ned, who nodded slightly, giving permission to speak freely. For the next hour, Harry recounted his life at Winterfell, from his mysterious appearance in the Wolfswood to his developing powers, carefully editing certain details. He didn't mention the Collector's attack in depth, nor did he reveal the full extent of his current abilities. Robert listened with surprising attention, interrupting occasionally with questions but mostly allowing Harry to speak. And you have no memory of your life before Winterfell? The king asked when Harry finished. No recollection of parents, homeland, nothing. None, Your Grace, Harry confirmed. My first memories are of Winterfell. Robert turned to Ned. And in 16 years, no one has come forward to claim him. Apart from this Collector fellow. No one, Ned said. We made inquiries after finding him, but without success. Robert studied Harry thoughtfully. Show me something. Some magic. Nothing elaborate, just prove these aren't all northern tall tales. Harry considered for a moment, then nodded. He focused on the king's empty wine goblet, making it rise smoothly into the air and float across the room to the wine pitcher, where it tilted perfectly to refill before returning to Robert's hand. The king's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of wonder and wariness. 7 hells, he muttered, before taking a large swallow of the newly poured wine. Can all of your kind do this? I don't know, Your Grace, Harry admitted. I've only met one other like me, the Collector, and he used a wand to focus his magic. I've never needed one. More powerful, then, Robert mused, glancing at Ned. No wonder you've kept him close. I've kept him safe, Ned corrected. Harry is part of my household. Robert waved a dismissive hand. Yes, yes, I'm not suggesting otherwise. He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. But such gifts could serve the realm, boy. Have you considered that? Harry tensed. My loyalty is to House Stark, Your Grace. House Stark serves the realm, Robert pointed out. I'm not talking about making you a court jester. But a young man with your abilities could be valuable in King's Landing. The small council could use someone with your unique perspective. And there it was, the offer Harry had feared. An invitation to the capital that was really a command. "Your Grace honors me," Harry said carefully. "But my place is in the north." Robert's eyes narrowed slightly. "We'll discuss it further during my stay. Perhaps you'll reconsider once you've heard what advantages the capital can offer." "Perhaps," Harry agreed noncommittally. "That will be all for now," Ned intervened, recognizing Harry's discomfort. "Harry, please inform the kitchens that His Grace would like a light meal before the feast." Harry stood, bowing again. "Your Grace." "My lord." As he reached the door, Robert called out, "One more thing, Potter. The Queen has concerns about your presence near our children. Southron superstitions, you understand. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep your distance during our stay." "Of course, Your Grace," Harry replied, hiding his annoyance behind a polite smile. Once outside, Harry leaned against the cold stone wall, heart racing. The king wanted him in King's Landing. Away from Winterfell, away from the Starks, away from everything familiar and safe. It wouldn't happen, he told himself. Lord Stark wouldn't allow it. But a nagging worry persisted as Harry made his way to the kitchens. Kings were accustomed to getting what they wanted. The feast that night was elaborate by Winterfell standards: roasted meats, fresh bread, fruits preserved from summer, and wine flowing freely. Harry sat with Jon at a table far from the high dais, as befitted their status, but he could feel eyes upon him throughout the evening. The Queen watched him with barely disguised suspicion. Ser Jaime studied him with calculating interest. Even Lord Tyrion, who had appeared for the feast looking slightly disheveled, cast occasional curious glances in his direction. "You're popular tonight," Jon observed dryly. "Lucky me," Harry muttered, taking another swig of ale. As the feast progressed and wine loosened tongues, Harry began to overhear snippets of conversation about himself. "They say he can read minds. Makes the dead speak in the crypts. Cursed a man who cheated him, turned his gold to leaves." Harry sighed, pushing away his half-eaten food. "I'm going for some air." Jon nodded understandingly. "Want company?" "No, stay. Enjoy the feast." Outside in the courtyard, the night air was crisp and clear, stars shining brightly above. Harry breathed deeply, letting the cold clear his head. Escaping the circus? Harry turned to find Tyrion Lannister leaning against a wall, a wineskin in hand. "Something like that, my lord," Harry acknowledged. "I don't blame you," Tyrion said, offering the wineskin. "Nothing quite like being the oddity at the feast." Harry accepted the wine, taking a small sip before handing it back. "You seem to handle it well enough." "Practice, my dear boy. Decades of practice." Tyrion studied him with mismatched eyes. "They fear you, you know. Not just my sweet sister, but most of them. I've done nothing to earn their fear. Fear isn't earned, it's inspired. By difference, by power, by the unknown." Tyrion took another drink. "And you, Harry Potter, are all three." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "What do you want, Lord Tyrion?" "Want? Nothing in particular. Merely satisfying my famous curiosity." Tyrion smiled wryly. "Tell me, what's it like? Having that power at your fingertips?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Lonely, sometimes. Wonderful, other times. Mostly it just is. Like having an extra sense or limb that others lack." "Fascinating." Tyrion seemed genuinely intrigued. "And dangerous, I'd imagine. Both to others and yourself." "What do you mean?" "Power attracts attention. My father taught me that, if nothing else." Tyrion gestured toward the great hall. "The king has noticed you. He won't be the last. Are you warning me?" "Let's call it, friendly advice from one outsider to another." Tyrion pushed himself away from the wall. The Game of Thrones is dangerous enough without magic thrown into the mix. Be careful whose piece you become. With that cryptic statement, the dwarf waddled back toward the feast, leaving Harry to ponder his words in the quiet courtyard. The king's hunting party left at dawn the next day, taking Lord Stark, Robb, Jory, and several guards with them. Harry had been explicitly uninvited. The Queen worries your magic might frighten the game, Robert had explained, not quite meeting his eyes. With most of Winterfell's men gone hunting, Harry decided it was an excellent opportunity to explore something that had been nagging at him since his conversation with Lord Stark. The crypts? Jon questioned when Harry suggested it. We've been down there hundreds of times. Not looking for what I want to find, Harry explained as they descended the narrow spiral staircase into Winterfell's ancient underbelly. Lord Stark mentioned that the wand wielders were drawn to some power beneath Winterfell. And you think it's in the crypts? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I've always felt something here. A resonance with my magic. The crypt stretched before them, dark and silent. Stone kings sat on their thrones, iron swords across their laps, dire wolf companions at their feet. Harry lit their way with a floating ball of light, casting eerie shadows against the ancient walls. If there was anything magical down here, don't you think it would have been found by now? Jon asked as they moved deeper into the crypts. Not necessarily. The Starks have been burying their dead here for thousands of years, but how many have actively looked for magic? Harry ran his hand along the cold stone wall, feeling for something. He wasn't sure what. Maester Luwin has studied every inch of Winterfell, Jon pointed out. Maester Luwin doesn't feel magic the way I do, Harry countered. He studies it as a concept, an abstract idea. I experience it. They reached the oldest section of the crypts, where the faces of the Stone Kings were worn smooth by time, their features indistinct after thousands of years. Harry paused, closing his eyes. There's something here. What? Jon asked, looking around nervously. Not sure yet. A feeling. Harry moved toward one of the oldest tombs, its occupant's name long since faded from the stone. Here. It's strongest here. The tomb was unexceptional, a stone sarcophagus with a weathered statue atop it. Unlike the more recent kings with their iron swords, this ancient ruler held what appeared to be a stone rod or wand. Look at what he's holding, Harry said, pointing. Jon frowned. A scepter? No. It's too small, too simple. Harry leaned closer, studying the carved object. It looks like the collector's wand. Coincidence, Jon suggested, though he sounded uncertain. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. He reached out tentatively, his fingers hovering above the stone wand in the statue's grip. The moment his skin made contact, a jolt of energy surged through him. Images flashed in his mind, a man in strange robes pointing a wand at the night sky, the wall gleaming with blue light, weirwood trees with faces screaming in silent agony. Harry. Jon's voice seemed distant. Harry, are you all right? Harry blinked, the visions fading. He realized he'd fallen to his knees, his body trembling. I think I saw the past. Jon helped him to his feet. What do you mean? When I touched the statue, I had visions. Of men with wands, like the collector. They were here, Jon. In the north. Maybe even in Winterfell. That doesn't explain how you ended up here as a baby, Jon said practically. No, but it's connected somehow. I can feel it. Harry studied the statue more carefully. There were runes carved into the base, nearly worn away by time. I need Maester Luwin to see these markings. Jon sighed. You're not going to let this go, are you? Would you, if you thought answers about your mother might be buried beneath Winterfell? That struck home. Jon's expression softened. No, I wouldn't. We'll come back with Luwin after the hunt returns. Harry nodded gratefully, but as they turned to leave, a strange sound echoed through the crypts, a soft scraping, like stone against stone. "Did you hear that?" Harry whispered. Jon drew his sword. "Where did it come from?" The sound came again, deeper in the crypts, beyond where they stood. "There's more below," Harry realized. "Deeper levels we haven't explored." "Harry, no," Jon warned, but Harry was already moving toward the source of the sound, his magical light floating ahead. The passage narrowed, the air growing colder. They passed tombs so ancient their occupants' names had never been carved, only sigils that barely resembled the direwolf of House Stark. The passage ended abruptly at a wall of solid stone. "Dead end," Jon observed. "We should go back." But Harry wasn't convinced. The scraping sound had come from here, he was certain. He pressed his palms against the cold stone, extending his magical senses. "There's a space beyond," he murmured. "I can feel it. Even if there is, we can't get through solid rock." Harry ignored him, tracing the wall carefully. His fingers caught on a small imperfection, a tiny hole, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. "Here," he said, pointing. "This isn't natural." Jon examined it skeptically. "It's just a hole." Harry placed his finger in the opening. Nothing happened. "Maybe it needs something else." On instinct, he sent a pulse of magic through his fingertip. The effect was immediate. The stone wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a small chamber beyond. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single object, a wand, ancient but perfectly preserved. "7 hells," Jon breathed. "It's been waiting for me," Harry whispered, certain of this though he couldn't explain why. "Harry, wait," Jon began, but Harry had already stepped through the now permeable wall. The chamber was cold, far colder than the crypts, with a stillness that felt ancient and undisturbed. The wand on the pedestal seemed to pulse with subdued power. Made of pale wood Harry didn't recognize, it was slightly longer than the collector's wand and inscribed with tiny runes. "Don't touch it," Jon warned, his voice muffled through the barrier. "It could be dangerous." "It's not," Harry said with absolute certainty. "It's meant for me." He reached out slowly, his fingers hovering above the wand. When he finally grasped it, a surge of warmth shot up his arm, spreading throughout his body. The wand emitted a shower of green and silver sparks that briefly illuminated the small chamber. The wall solidified behind him, trapping him inside. "Harry!" Jon shouted, his voice now barely audible. "Harry, can you hear me?" Harry barely registered Jon's panic. The wand in his hand felt like an extension of himself, as though he'd recovered a missing limb he hadn't known was gone. With it, his magic felt focused, controlled, potent in a way it had never been before. Instinctively, he pointed the wand at the wall and thought, "Open." The stone barrier dissolved once more, allowing him to step back into the main passage where Jon waited, sword drawn and face pale with worry. "What happened?" Jon demanded. "The wall went solid, I couldn't reach you." "It's all right," Harry assured him, holding up the wand. "I found what I was meant to find." Jon eyed the wand warily. "What is that thing?" "A focus for my magic. Like the collector used, but different. This one feels right in my hand. Like it was waiting for me." "That's not creepy at all," Jon muttered sarcastically. "A mysterious magical object hidden in a secret chamber under Winterfell, just waiting thousands of years for you to show up." Put that way, it did sound implausible. Yet Harry couldn't shake the certainty that this wand was meant for him, had perhaps even called to him. "We should tell Lord Stark," Jon said firmly. Harry nodded, still examining the wand. "Once he returns from the hunt." "And until then?" Harry slipped the wand into his sleeve. "Until then, I learn what it can do." The God's Wood was empty when Harry and Jon arrived, giving Harry privacy to test his new discovery. They positioned themselves near the heart tree, where Harry had always felt his magic flow most easily. "All right," Harry said, removing the wand from his sleeve. Let's see what this can do. Nothing dangerous, Jon cautioned. The last thing we need is for you to burn down the god's wood with the king in residence. Harry rolled his eyes but nodded agreement. He pointed the wand at a fallen leaf, concentrating on the simple levitation he'd mastered years ago. The leaf didn't just rise, it shot upward with such force that it disappeared into the canopy above. Whoa, Harry breathed, startled by the amplification of his power. Maybe try something less forceful, Jon suggested. Harry nodded, aiming at a small stone next. This time he focused on transformation, changing it into something else. He'd managed simple transfigurations before, turning stones into rough clay figures, but it had always been exhausting. With the wand, it felt effortless. The stone morphed smoothly into a perfect glass sphere that caught the light filtering through the trees. It makes everything easier, Harry explained, excitement building in his voice. Clearer. Like before I was shouting to make my magic work, but now I'm just speaking. Jon picked up the glass sphere, examining it. It's perfect. Let me try something else. Harry pointed the wand at the pool beneath the heart tree and made a sweeping motion. The water rose in a graceful arc, forming shapes, a running wolf, a soaring eagle, a leaping fish, before settling back without a splash. Impressive, came a voice from behind them. Harry whirled around to find Tyrion Lannister watching from the edge of the clearing, an interested expression on his face. Harry quickly concealed the wand in his sleeve. Lord Tyrion. Don't stop on my account, Tyrion said, approaching with his awkward gait. I was merely taking a stroll when I noticed the rather remarkable water display. Jon stepped forward protectively. What do you want? Want? Nothing but the pleasure of intelligent conversation, which is in short supply when my family is around. Tyrion smiled disarmingly. And perhaps a closer look at whatever magical instrument you've acquired, Potter. It seems quite different from your usual wandless tricks. Harry hesitated, exchanging glances with Jon. It's a recent discovery. So I gathered, Tyrion replied dryly. Found in the crypts, I'd wager, given the dust on your boots and the cobwebs in Snow's hair. Jon brushed at his hair self-consciously. Your secret is safe with me, Tyrion assured them. I have no interest in reporting your activities to my sister or the king. Quite the contrary, I find your abilities fascinating from an academic perspective. Why should we trust you? Jon asked bluntly. Because I'm about to offer young Potter here some valuable information, Tyrion replied. Information regarding his kind. Harry's interest was piqued despite his wariness. What kind of information? The Citadel maintains restricted texts on various forms of magic throughout the known world. Most maesters dismiss them as folklore, but a few scholars take them seriously. I've read some of these accounts. And? Harry prompted when Tyrion paused dramatically. And they describe individuals with abilities remarkably similar to yours, arriving in Westeros thousands of years ago. They called themselves by a strange name, wizards. Wizards, Harry repeated, the word feeling oddly right on his tongue. Yes. Men and women who could channel magic through crafted instruments, wands, staffs, and the like. Tyrion nodded toward Harry's sleeve where the wand was hidden. Much like your new toy, I suspect. What happened to them? Jon asked. Tyrion shrugged. The texts aren't clear. Some integrated with the first men, perhaps passing their blood and gifts through generations. Others apparently had a falling out with the children of the forest over magical territories and practices. What kind of falling out? Harry pressed. The kind that ends with one group fleeing beyond the wall, Tyrion said grimly. The records suggest the wizards who remained in the north gradually lost their powers or died out. A few bloodlines supposedly continued in isolated pockets, particularly around places of old power. Like Winterfell, Harry murmured. Precisely. Tyrion studied him thoughtfully. Your arrival here as an infant may not have been coincidence, Potter. Old magic often calls to old magic. Harry absorbed this, connecting it with what Lord Stark had told him about the Maester's discoveries. "Thank you for sharing this, Lord Tyrion." "My pleasure. Knowledge should be shared, not hoarded." Tyrion's expression turned serious. "But a word of caution, my sister has been inquiring about you. Extensively. She's dispatched ravens to several maesters known for their study of magical phenomena." Harry tensed. Why would she care? "Cersei has always been drawn to power," Tyrion explained. "And she fears what she cannot control. An unwise combination. I've done nothing to threaten her." "Your existence threatens her," Tyrion corrected. "Or rather, the existence of someone with your abilities outside her influence." Jon frowned. "You think she wants to control Harry?" "I think she wants to understand what he can do, whether he can be used or needs to be eliminated." Tyrion's mismatched eyes were deadly serious. "Either way, I'd be careful demonstrating your powers where her spies might see." With that warning, the dwarf gave them a small bow and waddled away, leaving Harry and Jon to exchange worried glances. "You believe him?" Jon asked once Tyrion was out of earshot. "About the Queen?" "Yes," Harry said. "About the wizards, maybe. It fits with what Lord Stark told me." Jon nodded toward Harry's concealed wand. "And that? Are you going to tell anyone else?" Harry thought for a moment. "Maester Luwin. He might be able to translate the runes. But no one else until Lord Stark returns." "Agreed." Jon looked up at the darkening sky. "We should head back. The feast will start soon, and our absence would be noticed." As they walked back toward the keep, Harry felt the wand warm against his forearm, as though responding to his thoughts. Whatever its origin, whatever its purpose, he knew it had changed something fundamental. A connection had been forged, a doorway opened. The question was, what waited on the other side? Maester Luwin's excitement was barely containable when Harry and Jon showed him the wand later that evening. "Extraordinary," the Maester breathed, examining it through a magnifying lens. "The craftsmanship is unlike anything I've seen, and these runes." He traced the tiny markings with a trembling finger. "Some are similar to the old tongue, but others are completely unfamiliar." "Can you translate them?" Harry asked. "Some, perhaps. With time." Luwin looked up, his eyes bright with academic fervor. "Where exactly in the crypts did you find this?" Harry described the hidden chamber and the strange way the wall had responded to his magic. "It was as if it had been sealed specifically to open for someone like me." "Fascinating," Luwin murmured. "There are tales of the first men using blood magic to seal important chambers, but this sounds different. More specific." "Lord Tyrion mentioned wizards," Jon added. "Said they came to Westeros thousands of years ago." Luwin's eyebrows rose. "Lord Tyrion told you this? When?" "He saw Harry using the wand in the God's Wood," Jon admitted. "Approached us afterward." "And you trusted him with this information?" The Maester sounded concerned. "He already knew about my abilities," Harry pointed out. "Everyone does, after the incident with Bran." "Yes, but this is different," Luwin insisted. "This wand represents a direct connection to whoever left it there, potentially your ancestors, Harry. If the Lannisters learn of its significance, they might try to take it," Harry finished. "I understand." "Good." Luwin carefully handed the wand back. "I'll need to consult some of my more obscure texts regarding these runes. Until then, I suggest keeping this discovery between us." Harry nodded, returning the wand to his sleeve. "What about Lord Stark?" "Of course, tell him when he returns," Luwin agreed. "But perhaps wait until the royal party has departed before exploring the wand's capabilities too openly. The king's visit has already drawn unwanted attention to your abilities." That was an understatement. Harry had noticed increased scrutiny from the Lannisters, subtle but constant observation that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "There's something else," Harry said, hesitating. "When I first touched the wand, I had visions. Images of men using magic here in the north." Lewin leaned forward with interest. "What kind of magic?" "I'm not sure. One was directing some kind of light at the wall. Another was doing something to the weirwood trees that seemed to cause them pain." The maester's brow furrowed. "That's troubling. The relationship between the children of the forest and these wizards Lord Tyrion mentioned may have been more adversarial than cooperative." "Meaning what?" Jon asked. "Meaning Harry's ancestors might have been enemies of the old gods," Lewin said carefully. Harry felt a chill at that suggestion. The old gods had always seemed to accept his presence, particularly in the gods' wood where his magic flowed most freely. The idea that he might be descended from their enemies was disturbing. "Or perhaps I misinterpreted the visions," Harry suggested hopefully. "They were brief, confusing." "Perhaps," Lewin agreed, though he didn't sound convinced. "In any case, this wand and chamber represent the most tangible connection to your origins we've discovered. We must proceed carefully but thoroughly in our investigation." "And discreetly," Jon added, with the Queen already suspicious. Harry nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. For the first time, he had a concrete link to his past, a past that apparently stretched back thousands of years in the north. Whatever the wand represented, whoever had left it, Harry was determined to uncover the truth. Even if that truth proved more complicated than he hoped. The hunting party returned late the following day, empty-handed but in good spirits. King Robert was particularly boisterous, having enjoyed the freedom of the wolfswood despite their lack of significant game. Harry and Jon were in the practice yard when they returned, sparring with blunted swords. They had agreed to avoid using the wand openly until they could speak with Lord Stark, but Harry couldn't resist testing how it affected his physical abilities. With the wand tucked securely in his sleeve, he found his reactions slightly faster, his movements more precise, as though the magic it channeled enhanced his entire body. "You're quicker today," Jon observed, breathing heavily after Harry landed a particularly nimble strike. "New technique," Harry replied with a grin, not mentioning the wand's influence. Their sparring attracted an audience, including Robb, who joined them after seeing to his horse. "Who's winning?" Robb asked, leaning on the fence. "Harry," Jon admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. "He's impossibly fast today." "Let me try," Robb said, reaching for Jon's practice sword. The three had rotated through several bouts when they realized the king himself was watching, along with Ser Jaime Lannister and several other knights. "Don't stop on my account," Robert called out jovially. "I want to see Ned's magical ward in action." Harry froze momentarily, then forced himself to continue the bout with Robb. He was acutely conscious of the wand in his sleeve and worried it might slip out during their sparring. "The boy has skill," Ser Jaime observed to the king, his voice carrying across the yard. "Though I wonder how much is natural talent and how much, enhancement." Harry gritted his teeth, recognizing the implication. Keeping his focus on Robb, he deliberately slowed his movements, making the fight more even. Robb sensed the change immediately. "Don't hold back," he muttered. "Show them what you can do." "I can't," Harry whispered back. "Not with the wand." Robb's eyes widened slightly. Harry had briefly explained his discovery earlier, but he nodded understanding. The match continued, more restrained now, until Robb managed a solid hit that disarmed Harry. "Well fought, Stark." King Robert applauded. "Though I wonder if your opponent was giving his all." Harry bowed to Robb, then turned to the king. "Lord Robb has always been the better swordsman, your grace." "Modesty becomes a young man," Robert said approvingly. "But I've heard tales of your enhanced combat abilities." "Tales grow in the telling, your grace," Harry replied carefully. Ser Jaime stepped forward, golden and graceful in the afternoon sun. "Perhaps you'd honor me with a bout, Potter." I'm curious to test myself against Winterfell's resident sorcerer. Harry tensed. Sparring with the Kingslayer, one of the finest swords in the Seven Kingdoms, was dangerous enough without the complication of his concealed wand. I'm afraid I would be a disappointing opponent for a knight of your caliber, Sir Jaime, Harry demurred. Nonsense. Robert boomed. The boy against the Kingslayer, now that's entertainment. Harry looked to Rob and Jon for help, but before either could intervene, Lord Stark appeared at the king's side. Harry has duties to attend to, Your Grace, Ned said smoothly. Perhaps another time. Robert looked disappointed but nodded. Another time, then. Come, Ned, I need a drink after all that riding. As the royal party moved away, Sir Jaime lingered, his green eyes fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. I look forward to our match, Potter, he said with a slight smile. Whenever your duties permit. Once the Kingslayer was out of earshot, Harry turned to Lord Stark. Thank you, my lord. Ned nodded, his expression serious. We need to talk. All of you, he added, including Rob and Jon. In my solar, after the evening meal. Lord Stark's solar was warm and private, illuminated by several candles and a crackling fire. Harry, Jon, and Rob sat before the desk while Ned paced, his face troubled. The king has made his intentions clear, Ned began without preamble. He wants me to serve as his hand in King's Landing. None of the boys looked particularly surprised. The purpose of the royal visit had been obvious from the start. Will you accept? Rob asked. I've given him no answer yet, Ned replied. But Robert can be persistent. And if you go south, Jon said, what happens to Harry? Ned stopped pacing, his grey eyes meeting Harry's. That's the complication. The king has expressed interest in bringing Harry to King's Landing as well. He believes your abilities could be valuable to the realm. As what? Harry asked, a knot forming in his stomach. A curiosity? A weapon? Both, most likely, Ned admitted. Robert has always been fascinated by power, and yours is unlike any in the Seven Kingdoms. I won't go, Harry stated firmly. My place is here, in Winterfell. Ned sighed. It may not be so simple. If I accept the hand's position, refusing to bring you along could be seen as defiance. So don't accept, Rob suggested. Refusing the king is its own kind of defiance, Ned pointed out. A heavy silence fell over the room as they all contemplated the implications. Harry's mind raced. The idea of leaving Winterfell, of being paraded before the southern court, separated from everything familiar, filled him with dread. There's something else you should know, Harry said finally, drawing the wand from his sleeve. Jon and I found this in the crypts yesterday. He placed the wand on Lord Stark's desk. Ned stared at it, then at Harry, his expression questioning. A wand, Harry explained. Like the collector used, but different. It was hidden in a secret chamber that responded to my magic. And it works for you? Ned asked. Harry nodded. It amplifies my abilities. Makes them more focused, more controlled. Ned picked up the wand carefully, examining the runes. Maester Luwin has seen this? Yes, Jon confirmed. He's trying to translate the markings. We also spoke with Lord Tyrion, Rob added, having been briefed earlier. He mentioned legends of wizards in the north thousands of years ago. Ned's expression darkened. You trusted a Lannister with this information? He approached us after seeing Harry use the wand, Jon explained. He seemed genuinely interested, not threatening. Tyrion Lannister has always had a fascination with the unusual, Ned acknowledged. But sharing such information while the royal party is here was unwise. I know, Harry admitted. But he offered knowledge in return, details about these wizards that align with what you told me about the Maester's research. Ned returned the wand to Harry. This complicates matters. If the king learns of this new development, this connection to your origins, he'll be even more determined to bring you south. All the more reason for me to stay in Winterfell, Harry argued. The answers to who I am, where I came from, they're here in the north, not in King's Landing. I agree, Ned said, surprising them. Which is why I've come to a decision. He turned to Robb. If I accept Robert's offer, you will serve as acting Lord of Winterfell in my absence. Robb straightened, accepting the responsibility with a solemn nod. Jon, Ned continued, I've arranged for you to join the Night's Watch, as you've wished. Jon's expression was a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He'd long expressed interest in the Watch, following in their Uncle Benjen's footsteps. And Harry, Ned finished, you will remain in Winterfell, serving as advisor to Robb and continuing your studies with Maester Luwin. What about the king? Harry asked. If he insists I go south. I'll persuade him otherwise, Ned assured him. Robert respects strength. If I make it clear that separating you from Winterfell would be unwise, he'll relent. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded gratefully. Thank you, my lord. There's more, Ned said, his voice grave. Benjen returned with the hunting party. He brings troubling reports from beyond the wall, wildling villages abandoned, rangers disappearing, and strange sightings in the night. Sightings of what? Jon asked. White Walkers, Ned replied, his tone making it clear he found the reports disturbing. Or so the wildling captives claim. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. White Walkers, the mythical ice demons from old Nan's tales, said to have risen during the long night thousands of years ago. Surely they're just stories, Robb said uncertainly. Perhaps, Ned allowed. But Benjen is not given to flights of fancy, and the fact remains that something is driving the wildlings south in unprecedented numbers. What does this have to do with Harry? Jon asked. Ned hesitated. Benjen mentioned something else. The wildlings speak of the dead rising with blue eyes and unnatural strength. And they claim these, whites, are particularly drawn to places of power. Like magic, Harry realized. Like your magic, Ned confirmed. If there's any truth to these reports, your presence in the north may be more important than ever. The old powers are stirring, Harry, beyond the wall and beneath our feet. Better you remain where you can face them directly than be caught in southern politics. The four sat in silence, absorbing the implications of Ned's words. Outside, a wolf howled, one of the dire wolves, Harry thought, though he couldn't tell which one. I'll stay, Harry affirmed. And I'll learn everything I can about this wand, about the wizards who came before. If there is a connection between my magic and what's happening beyond the wall, I need to understand it. Ned nodded approvingly. Good. We'll speak with the king tomorrow, make our positions clear. He looked at each young man in turn. Whatever comes, remember that you are stronger together than apart. Trust in each other. Winter is coming. King Robert did not take the news well. 7 hells, Ned, the king bellowed, pacing Lord Stark's solar like a caged bear. First you try to refuse the hand position, now you insist on keeping the boy here. Why bring him to my attention if you meant to hoard his talents? I'm not hoarding anything, your grace, Ned replied calmly. I'm suggesting the most prudent course. Harry's abilities are tied to the north, to Winterfell itself. Removing him could be dangerous for everyone. Harry stood silently beside Lord Stark, having been summoned to this meeting at Ned's insistence. The wand was concealed in his boot, its presence a comforting secret. Explain, Robert demanded, looking at Harry directly. My magic works differently here, your grace, Harry said, telling a partial truth. It's stronger, more controlled. When I've traveled to other parts of the north, I've noticed a weakening. White Harbor is still the north, Robert pointed out. You'd function there. To a degree, Harry acknowledged. But King's Landing is thousands of miles south. I can't predict how my abilities would respond. This was speculation, but reasonable given what they now knew about the wizard's ancient presence in the north. Robert frowned, unconvinced. You expect me to believe your magic is tied to geography? Not geography, Your Grace, Ned interjected. History. Blood. The same forces that bound the wall and raised Winterfell. The first men understood powers we've forgotten. The king studied them both, his blue eyes shrewd despite his reputation for straightforwardness. And if I insisted? You are my king, Harry said carefully. But I fear I would be of little use to you if my abilities failed in the south. I would become merely another mouth to feed, another body to house. Robert barked a laugh. Clever answer, boy. Respectful yet firm. He turned to Ned. He reminds me of you at that age. Stubborn as an aurochs but too honorable to say so directly. Ned smiled faintly. Harry has been raised as a Stark in all but name. So I see. Robert sighed heavily, the fight leaving him. Keep him, then. But I expect regular reports on his progress, his abilities. If the situation changes, if his magic proves more portable than you claim, I want to know immediately. Of course, Your Grace, Ned agreed, relief evident in his voice. And you still accept the hand position? Robert pressed. Ned nodded solemnly. I do, though it grieves me to leave Winterfell. Good. Robert clapped him on the shoulder. We depart in a fortnight. Plenty of time for you to make arrangements. He eyed Harry speculatively. And plenty of time for young Potter here to demonstrate his abilities more fully before we leave. I'm still curious what he's truly capable of. After the king departed, Ned turned to Harry. That went better than expected. He still wants a demonstration, Harry pointed out. A small price for your freedom, Ned replied. Show him enough to satisfy his curiosity without revealing the wand or your full capabilities. Harry nodded, grateful for Lord Stark's protection yet troubled by the king's continued interest. Do you really think the Queen will let this drop so easily? No, Ned admitted. Cersei rarely abandons a pursuit. But with Robert's decision made, her options are limited. Unless something happens to change his mind, Harry said darkly. Ned's expression grew serious. Be vigilant, Harry. The Lannisters play a different game than we do, with different rules. I will, Harry promised. And I'll protect Winterfell while you're gone. I know you will. Ned placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You've grown into a fine young man. Your parents, wherever they were from, would be proud. The words warmed Harry, though they reminded him of all he still didn't know about his origins. With the wand, the crypts, and the ancient wizards, he was closer than ever to answers, but those answers might bring more complications than clarity. The fortnight before the king's departure passed quickly. Harry divided his time between his regular duties, private practice with the wand, and research with Maester Luwin. The Maester had made some progress translating the runes on the wand. This section refers to Winter's Heart, he explained one evening, pointing to a sequence of markings. And this seems to mention, binding the sleepers or possibly, binding the dreamers. The old tongue can be ambiguous. Binding what sleepers? Harry asked, frowning. Unclear. But there are old legends of beings who sleep beneath the ice, waiting to awaken when winter returns. Luwin's expression was troubled. The same legends that speak of the White Walkers. Harry had shared Lord Stark's concerns about the reports from beyond the wall. Do you think there's a connection between these ancient wizards and the White Walkers? It's possible, Luwin admitted. The timing aligns with the long night, when the walkers first appeared. Perhaps these wizards helped defeat them, or... He hesitated. Or they helped create them, Harry finished grimly. These are just theories based on incomplete translations and fragmented legends, Luwin cautioned. But it would explain why your wand was hidden here, in the crypts of Winterfell. If it had some connection to the long night, the Starks might have preserved it as a weapon against future threats. Harry studied the wand, trying to imagine its original owner. Had they fought against darkness, or contributed to it? I need to understand what this can do before Lord Stark leaves. Cautiously, Luwin stressed. Your power has grown considerably since you found it. Control must grow alongside. That was undeniable. With the wand, Harry could perform magic that would have exhausted him before, creating sustained illusions, transforming objects completely rather than merely altering their appearance, even influencing weather on a small scale. The power was exhilarating but sometimes frightening in its intensity. I'll be careful, Harry promised. Jon helps keep me grounded. Luwin nodded approvingly. Good. And speaking of Jon, there's something else you should know. Lord Stark has asked me to prepare certain documents before his departure, historical texts regarding the Night's Watch and other northern matters. He wishes Jon to have access to them. What matters? Harry asked, curious about Luwin's hesitant tone. That's for Lord Stark to discuss, the Maester replied. But it concerns Jon's future and possibly your own. The two may be more intertwined than either of you realize. Before Harry could press for details, a knock at the door interrupted them. Arya burst in, her face flushed with excitement. Harry. Uncle Benjen wants to speak with you. He's in the God's Wood. Harry exchanged glances with Luwin, who nodded. We'll continue this later. Benjen Stark waited beside the heart tree, his Black Knight's Watch cloak stark against the white bark. Though he shared the Stark look with his brother Ned, Benjen's features were sharper, his grey eyes more haunted after years beyond the wall. Uncle Benjen, Harry greeted him with respect. Though not actually his uncle, Harry had always addressed him as such during his infrequent visits to Winterfell. Harry, Benjen replied with a small smile. You've grown since I saw you last. 2 years changes people. Indeed it does. Benjen studied him thoughtfully. Ned tells me you found something in the crypts. Something related to your abilities. Harry hesitated, but Lord Stark had obviously shared the information with his brother for a reason. He drew the wand from his sleeve. This. Benjen's eyes widened slightly. May I? Harry handed it over, watching as Benjen examined it carefully, his expression growing more troubled. I've seen markings like these, he said finally. Beyond the wall, in caves used by the first men, and in other places, darker places. What kind of places? Harry asked, accepting the wand back. Benjen seemed to choose his words carefully. Places where the barriers between worlds grow thin. The wildlings avoid them, say they're haunted by spirits that walk between life and death. A chill ran down Harry's spine. And you've seen these spirits? I've seen things I cannot explain, Benjen admitted. Shadows that move against the wind. Lights in abandoned settlements. And once, a circle of weirwoods where the faces changed when no one was watching. Why tell me this? Because you need to understand what you've connected yourself to, Benjen said gravely. That wand isn't just a tool, Harry. It's a key, to powers the North has kept dormant for thousands of years. Harry gripped the wand tighter. Powers like what? I don't know exactly. But the wildlings have legends of the first winter, when cold things walked and the dead rose. They say the frozen sorcerers, men with pale skin and blue eyes, were defeated by warriors wielding fire and light. The wizards, Harry murmured. Perhaps, Benjen agreed. But some wildling stories claim these light-bearers eventually became what they fought against, that power corrupted them until they joined the ranks of the night. Harry frowned. You think I'm in danger of, what? Being corrupted by the wand? I think power always has a price, Benjen said carefully. And magic in the North has always been bound by blood and sacrifice. The wall wasn't raised by men stacking stones, Harry. Harry looked down at the wand, feeling its warmth against his palm. What are you suggesting I do? Learn, Benjen said simply. But learn cautiously. And remember that in the far north, there are things awakening that have slept for thousands of years. If your powers are connected to theirs, you may find yourself drawn into conflicts older than House Stark itself. Is that why you wanted to speak with me? To warn me? Partly, Ben-Jen admitted. But also to tell you that Jon will need your guidance in the days to come. My brother has made arrangements for Jon's future that may surprise you both. What arrangements? Harry asked, confused. Ben-Jen shook his head. Ned will explain before he departs. Just know that the bond between you and Jon may prove more important than either of you realize. With that cryptic statement, Ben-Jen turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, Harry. If you ever feel drawn north, toward the wall or beyond, resist. At least until you fully understand what calls to you. Harry watched Ben-Jen's retreating back, troubled by the warning. First Luwin's incomplete translations about binding the sleepers, now Ben-Jen's talk of awakening powers beyond the wall. Something was happening in the north, something connected to his magic and perhaps to his origins. And somehow, Jon was tangled in it too. The demonstration for King Robert took place 3 days before the royal party's departure. In the Great Hall of Winterfell, before an audience of Starks, Lannisters, and assorted courtiers, Harry prepared to show what his magic could do, within carefully controlled limits. Nothing too flashy, Ned had advised. Enough to satisfy Robert without revealing your full capabilities. Harry had agreed, but standing now before the assembled nobility, he felt a flutter of nerves. The king watched eagerly from his seat beside Lord Stark. Queen Cersei looked coldly disinterested, though Harry knew she was paying close attention. Tyrion Lannister wore an expression of genuine curiosity, while the Kingslayer studied Harry with calculating eyes. Proceed, boy, Robert called impatiently. Show us this northern magic. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself. Though the wand remained hidden in his boot, he practiced extensively without it, ensuring he could still perform impressive feats using only his innate abilities. He began simply, lighting all the candles in the hall with a gesture, then extinguishing them. A murmur of appreciation ran through the crowd. Next, Harry levitated a goblet from the king's table, making it dance through the air before returning it, now filled with wine from a nearby pitcher. Ha! Robert laughed, taking a deep drink. Useful trick, that one. Building on his success, Harry moved to more complex displays. He transformed a simple wooden bowl into a finely crafted model of Winterfell, complete with tiny moving figures in the courtyard. He summoned sounds, a wolf's howl, a bird's song, a battle cry, that echoed through the hall from no visible source. For his final demonstration, Harry asked for volunteers. Prince Tommen eagerly raised his hand, only to be silenced by his mother's glare. Instead, Robb and Jon stepped forward. I'll need your assistance, Harry told them. Stand on either side of me. When they were in position, Harry closed his eyes, concentrating intensely. The air around the 3 young men began to shimmer, and suddenly they appeared to transform, Robb into a majestic dire wolf, Jon into a white wolf with red eyes, and Harry into a stag with impressive antlers. The illusion was perfect, down to the breathing of the animals and the movement of fur in the hall's drafts. The audience gasped, some ladies shrieking in surprise. Gods be good, the king breathed, leaning forward. The illusion held for nearly a minute before dissolving, revealing the 3 unchanged young men standing in place. The hall erupted in applause, Robert louder than anyone. Well done, Potter, the king boomed. If that doesn't make these southern lords shit themselves, nothing will. Queen Cersei's expression had shifted from disinterest to something harder, more calculating. Her eyes met Harry's across the hall, and he felt a distinct chill. Thank you, Your Grace, Harry said with a bow, then stepped back to join the Stark family. You didn't overdo it. Jon whispered as they took their seats. No wand, no weather magic, nothing truly dangerous, Harry confirmed. Just what we agreed on. Robb clapped him on the shoulder. The king is impressed. That should keep him satisfied when you stay behind. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd drawn unwanted attention. Across the hall, Sir Jaime was speaking quietly to his sister, both watching Harry with intensity that made him uneasy. The feast that followed was jovial, with Robert repeatedly toasting Ned's magical ward and reminiscing about times when a wizard would have been damned useful during their rebellion. Harry ate little, too aware of the Lannister gazes upon him. Later, as the celebration wound down, Harry slipped away to find some peace in the God's Wood. To his surprise, he found Bran already there, sitting cross-legged before the heart tree. "Couldn't sleep?" Harry asked, joining the boy. Bran shook his head. "I was dreaming again. About the three-eyed raven." Harry knew about Bran's recurring dream, a black bird with a third eye that called to him from the heart of the weirwood. Was it different this time? "Yes," Bran said solemnly. "This time it showed me you." Harry's interest sharpened. "Me? What about me?" "You were standing on the wall, holding a glowing wand," Bran described, his young face serious. "Behind you was darkness. Before you was ice." The raven said, "The sleeper wakes with winter's blood." Harry felt a chill of recognition, winter's blood, similar to the winter's heart in the wand's runes. "Did the raven say anything else?" Bran nodded. "It said, the boy who lived must die for the dawn." Harry stared at him, an inexplicable fear gripping his chest. The boy who lived, why did that phrase resonate so deeply? "It's just a dream, Bran," he said, trying to reassure them both. "Is it?" Bran asked with unsettling perception. "You believed me last time, when I dreamed about the direwolf pups before Father found them." That was true. Bran had described the dead direwolf mother and her 6 pups days before Lord Stark discovered them in the Wolfswood. "I believe you saw something," Harry said carefully. "But dreams can be symbolic, not literal." Bran considered this. "Maybe. But the raven feels real. Like it's trying to tell me important things about what's coming." "What's coming?" "Winter," Bran said simply. "But not like any winter before." Before Harry could question him further, footsteps approached. Jon appeared through the trees, his expression troubled. "There you are," he said, relief evident in his voice. "Father's looking for you, Harry." "Both of you," he added, nodding to Bran. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked, rising. "I don't know," Jon admitted. "But he wants all the family in his solar. Now." Lord Stark's solar was crowded with his entire family, Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, along with Jon and Harry. Ned stood before the hearth, his face grave in the firelight. "I've gathered you all because there are matters we must discuss before I depart for King's Landing," he began. "Truths that have been kept hidden, for protection." Harry and Jon exchanged puzzled glances. What truths could be so important they required this private family council? "First," Ned continued, "you should know that I've received disturbing reports from both the Wall and the South. Ben-Jen confirms increased wildling movements and strange sightings beyond the Wall. From King's Landing, Lord Arryn's widow has sent a coded message suggesting his death may not have been natural." A tense silence followed this revelation. Catelyn looked particularly troubled, having grown up with Jon Arryn's wife. "We must be vigilant," Ned warned. "The North may face threats from multiple directions." "What does this have to do with hidden truths?" Robb asked. Ned drew a deep breath. "It means the time for secrets has passed. Jon," he turned to his supposed bastard, "what I'm about to tell you should have been shared years ago, but I made promises that kept me silent." Jon straightened, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. "You are not my son," Ned said bluntly. A collective gasp filled the room. Jon looked as though he'd been struck. "What?" he managed. "You are my blood," Ned clarified quickly. "My nephew by birth. Your mother was my sister, Lyanna Stark." And, my father? Jon asked, his voice barely audible. Rhaegar Targaryen. The revelation landed like a thunderbolt. Harry stared at Jon, his closest friend, practically his brother, seeing him in a new light. Not a bastard but a secret prince, the product of the union that had helped spark Robert's rebellion. Does the king know? Catelyn asked, her face pale. No, Ned said firmly. And he must never know. Robert's hatred of the Targaryens hasn't diminished with time. If he learned the truth, he'd kill me, Jon finished, his expression stunned. I promised Lyanna I would protect you, Ned explained. Claiming you as my bastard was the only way. Jon nodded slowly, processing this earth-shattering revelation. Why tell me now? Because you deserve to know before making your life's commitment, Ned said. The Night's Watch vow is final, Jon. Once taken, there's no release. And if I still wish to join, then you go with full knowledge of who you are, Ned said. But there's something else you should understand. The North may need you, your blood, your heritage, in the days to come. For what? Instead of answering directly, Ned turned to Harry. This brings me to the second truth. Harry, your appearance in the Wolfswood was not random chance. Harry tensed. What do you mean? The night before I found you, I had a dream, vivid, unlike any before. Lyanna stood in the God's Wood, holding an infant with a lightning scar, telling me to watch for the child of Winter's heart. Ned's eyes were intense with memory. When I found you the next day, I knew it was no coincidence. You think Lyanna sent me? Harry asked incredulously. I believe something did, Ned replied. The old gods, perhaps. Or whatever power your people, these wizards, once wielded. Your placement in my path was deliberate, Harry. Your connection to Winterfell, to the Starks, was ordained. Harry struggled to process this. He'd spent years wondering how he'd ended up in the Wolfswood, and now Lord Stark suggested it had been some form of divine or magical intervention. There's more, Ned continued. The wand you found bears markings similar to those on certain ancient stones at Winterfell, stones embedded during its construction. Luwin believes they were placed by these wizard ancestors of yours, perhaps to bind or channel the natural magic of the North. To what purpose? Harry asked. Protection, Ned said simply. Against the Long Night, against the White Walkers. The same enemies that now stir beyond the wall. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone absorbed the implications of these revelations. Jon, a secret Targaryen prince. Harry, apparently placed in Winterfell by design, carrying magic that might be meant to combat ancient enemies. Why tell us all this now? Robb finally asked. Because I'm leaving Winterfell at a dangerous time, Ned explained. You all need to understand what may be coming, and why Jon and Harry must work together to protect the North. Fire and ice, Bran murmured suddenly. That's what the raven meant. All eyes turned to the young boy. What raven? Ned asked sharply. Bran explained his dream about Harry on the wall and the cryptic message about the boy who lived. As he spoke, Harry noticed Ned and Catelyn exchange troubled glances. These dreams began after your fall? Ned asked, referring to the incident years ago when Harry had saved Bran. Bran nodded. The raven comes almost every night now. Green sight, Catelyn whispered. Like in the old tales. It seems our family is collecting magical gifts, Ned said with a grim smile. First Harry, now Bran with prophetic dreams. And Jon with dragon blood, Arya added, looking at her supposed half-brother with newfound wonder. Jon seemed overwhelmed by the attention. I'm still just Jon, he insisted. Name and blood don't change who I am. No, Ned agreed. But they may change your destiny. The discussion continued late into the night as Lord Stark shared more details, about Lyanna's secret marriage to Rhaegar, about ancient Stark connections to the Children of the Forest, about the growing threats both political and supernatural. By the time they dispersed, Harry's head was spinning with revelations and implications. As he and Jon walked back to their chambers in silence, Harry finally spoke. "Are you all right?" Jon gave a hollow laugh. "I don't know. Yesterday I was Ned Stark's bastard. Today I'm the secret son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. How am I supposed to feel?" "However you want," Harry said simply. "It doesn't change who you are to me." Jon looked at him gratefully. "And all this about you being placed here deliberately? About our connected destinies?" "Makes about as much sense as anything else in my life," Harry said with a wry smile. "At least we're facing it together." "Together," Jon agreed, clasping Harry's forearm in the traditional northern gesture. "Whatever comes." The night before the king's departure, Harry couldn't sleep. His mind raced with everything they'd learned over the past weeks: the wand, the ancient wizards, Jon's true parentage, Bran's prophetic dreams, the threats gathering north and south. Restless, he slipped from his bed and made his way silently through Winterfell's dark corridors. Without consciously deciding, his steps led him to the crypts. Perhaps there he might find more answers, more connections to the past that seemed increasingly relevant to their future. The crypts were cold and silent, Harry's magical light casting long shadows as he descended the spiral staircase. He made his way to the ancient section where he'd found the wand, studying the worn stone faces more carefully now. "I thought I might find you here." Harry whirled around to find Tyrion Lannister emerging from the shadows, a torch in his hand. "Lord Tyrion," Harry acknowledged, wary but not surprised. The dwarf had shown an uncanny ability to appear when least expected. "Bit late for tomb exploration, isn't it?" "I could say the same to you," Tyrion replied with a small smile. "But then, you have more reason to be here than I, finding answers to your origins, perhaps?" "Just thinking," Harry said noncommittally. Tyrion nodded, seeming to accept this. "We leave tomorrow. I wanted to speak with you once more before departing." "About?" "A proposal," Tyrion said, approaching carefully. "My sister has taken an interest in your abilities, an unhealthy interest, I might add. She sees you as a threat to be controlled or eliminated." Harry tensed. "And you?" "I see you as a fascinating anomaly that deserves study, not fear," Tyrion replied honestly. "But more practically, I see you as someone whose abilities could be valuable in the Game of Thrones, if properly directed." "I have no interest in southern politics," Harry stated firmly. "Admirable, but perhaps short-sighted," Tyrion countered. "The game is played whether you participate or not. Pieces are moved, sacrificed, captured. I'm not a piece." "No, you're potentially a player," Tyrion said, his mismatched eyes intense in the torchlight. "Which brings me to my proposal. I offer an alliance of sorts, information exchanged for information. I can be your eyes in King's Landing while you remain here in the north." Harry studied the dwarf suspiciously. "Why would you help me?" "Let's call it intellectual curiosity," Tyrion suggested. "Or perhaps I simply prefer your magical abilities be used thoughtfully rather than exploited by my sweet sister. And in return, you share what you learn about your origins, your powers. Knowledge for knowledge, a fair exchange." Harry considered the offer. Having an ally in King's Landing, especially one as observant as Tyrion Lannister, could prove valuable. Yet trusting a Lannister seemed risky. "I'll think about it," he said finally. "Fair enough," Tyrion agreed. "Should you decide to accept, simply send a raven to me directly. No names, no details, just mark the message with the symbol of a lightning bolt, and I'll understand." Harry nodded, impressed by the dwarf's thoughtfulness. "Why do I get the feeling you've been planning this conversation for days?" "Because you're perceptive," Tyrion said with a smile. "Another quality I admire." He turned to leave, then paused. "One last piece of advice, freely given: be wary of those who express sudden interest in the wall and the North's defenses. My sister has been asking curious questions about both." With that cryptic warning, Tyrion disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Harry to ponder his offer amid the silent kings of winter. Dawn broke clear and cold on the day of the royal departure. The courtyard bustled with activity as servants loaded wagons, knights checked saddles, and the royal family prepared to return south. Harry stood with Rob, watching the organized chaos. Jon was notably absent, having said his goodbyes earlier before departing with Benjen for the Wall. Their farewell had been emotional, Jon riding off to join the Night's Watch with the weight of his newly discovered heritage, Harry remaining in Winterfell with the responsibility of protecting it with his growing powers. "Will you accept Tyrion's offer?" Rob asked quietly, having been briefed on the dwarf's proposal. "I'm considering it," Harry admitted. Having eyes in King's Landing could be useful, especially if Lord Stark faces trouble. Rob nodded thoughtfully. "Just be careful what information you share in return." "Always." Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of King Robert, resplendent in traveling furs despite the early hour. "Potter," the king greeted him. "Come to see us off?" "Yes, Your Grace," Harry replied with a bow. "Safe travels to you and your family." Robert studied him thoughtfully. "You're certain about staying?" "The offer to join us in King's Landing remains open." "I'm certain, Your Grace. My place is here." "Pity," Robert sighed. "You would have made court more interesting." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Between us, I think you terrify half my lords. Would have been amusing to watch them squirm." Harry smiled despite himself. For all his faults, there was something likable about Robert Baratheon's blunt honesty. "Perhaps I'll visit someday," Harry offered diplomatically. "See that you do," Robert said with a nod before moving on to say his farewells to Rob. As the king walked away, Harry felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. He turned to find Queen Cersei watching him from beside her carriage, her green eyes cold and assessing. Beside her stood Ser Jaime, his hand resting casually on his sword hilt. The Kingslayer gave Harry a small nod, not friendly, but acknowledging, as one dangerous person to another. Harry returned the nod, maintaining eye contact with both Lannisters until they turned away. The message had been received on both sides, this wasn't over. Lord Stark approached next, already dressed for the journey south. He had said his formal goodbyes to the family earlier, but now sought Harry for a final word. "Remember what we discussed," Ned said quietly. "Trust Luwin. Help Rob. Watch for signs from the north." "I will," Harry promised. "And be careful with that wand," Ned added. "Power always demands balance." "I'll use it wisely," Harry assured him. "And I'll keep researching its origins, its purpose." Ned clasped his shoulder firmly. "You've become the son I never expected, Harry. I'm proud of the man you're becoming." The words warmed Harry deeply. "Thank you for giving me a home, a family. I won't fail your trust." With a final nod, Ned moved to mount his horse. The royal party was assembling, preparing to depart. Sansa, who would be traveling south with her father, gave Harry a quick embrace before joining the procession. Arya, staying behind in Winterfell, stood beside Bran, both watching solemnly. As the gates opened and the royal entourage began to move, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that a chapter was ending. For 15 years, Winterfell had been stable, secure under Lord Stark's leadership. Now everything was changing, Ned and Sansa heading south, Jon to the Wall, threats gathering on multiple fronts. "Ready for this?" Rob asked quietly, sensing Harry's thoughts. Harry gripped the wand concealed in his sleeve, feeling its reassuring warmth. "Ready as I'll ever be." Together they watched until the last rider disappeared from sight, then turned back to Winterfell, their home, their responsibility, their fortress against the gathering storm. Winter was coming, and with it, challenges that would test every bond, every power, every drop of blood in their veins. But they would face it together, as brothers, as Starks in all but name. The Wizard and the Wolf, standing against the darkness. Chapter 3, The Winter's Wizard. 5 years can change everything. The man who stood atop Winterfell's walls hardly resembled the boy who'd once hidden his abilities. At 21, Harry Potter had grown into his power, and his place. Tall and lean, with his perpetually unruly black hair now shoulder-length in the northern style, he cut an imposing figure against the grey winter sky. The lightning scar on his forehead remained his most distinctive feature, though now he wore it proudly rather than trying to hide it beneath his hair. Riders approaching, called a guard from the northern watchtower. Harry nodded, having already spotted them. His eyesight had sharpened over the years, another unexpected benefit of his magical maturation. Open the gates. It's Robb and the hunting party. Below in the courtyard, activity surged as servants prepared to receive their lord. In the 5 years since Ned Stark's departure for King's Landing, and his subsequent execution for supposed treason, Robb had risen to the challenge of leadership. Now the young wolf, as his men called him, ruled the north with a combination of his father's honor and his own tactical brilliance. And at his right hand, always, stood Harry Potter, advisor, protector, and Winterfell's resident wizard. Harry descended the stairs from the battlements, his wand secured in a custom leather bracer on his forearm. He no longer hid it, everyone in the north knew what it was and what it meant. Some feared it still, but most had come to see it as just another aspect of Winterfell's power, like the ancient walls or the hot springs beneath the castle. "They're back early," Arya commented, appearing beside him with the silent grace she'd perfected. At 16, she'd grown into a fierce young woman who preferred breeches and swordplay to dresses and sewing. The thin blade at her hip, a gift from Jon before he disappeared beyond the wall, was no ornament but a weapon she wielded with deadly skill. "Good hunting, then," Harry replied, "or bad news?" "With the way our luck runs?" "Probably the latter," Arya said dryly. Harry couldn't argue with her assessment. The years since Lord Stark's death had been difficult for the North. King Joffrey's reign had brought nothing but suffering, the War of the Five Kings had ravaged the countryside, and winter had finally arrived in force. And beyond the wall, worse threats gathered. The gates swung open, admitting a group of 20 riders led by Robb Stark. At 23, the Lord of Winterfell had grown into his father's image, beard now full, eyes hardened by responsibility and loss. Beside him rode his wife of 2 years, Daisy Mormont, whose warrior spirit matched his own. Harry and Arya crossed the courtyard to meet them. Bran watched from a specially constructed chair near the Great Hall, his inability to walk now compensated by developing magical abilities that rivaled Harry's in their own way. "Successful hunt?" Harry called as Robb dismounted. "Elk and boar aplenty," Robb confirmed, clasping Harry's forearm in greeting. "But we cut it short. Ravens arrived from the wall." Harry tensed. "Jon?" "No word of him," Robb said, his voice tight with the familiar worry. Jon Snow, or Jon Targaryen, as they now knew him to be, had vanished on a ranging beyond the wall 3 years ago. The official reports listed him as dead, but Bran's vision suggested otherwise. "What then?" Harry asked as they moved toward the Great Hall, away from curious ears. "Lord Commander Mormont reports increased white activity near Eastwatch. And rumors of a new leader among the White Walkers, one who controls ice and fire both." Arya's eyes widened. "You think it's related to—" "Not here," Robb interrupted, glancing meaningfully at the servants and guards within earshot. They entered the Great Hall, where Bran was already waiting, his wheeled chair positioned near the head table. At 15, Bran had the ancient eyes of a much older soul, the result of his growing abilities as a green seer and skin changer. "You've heard," Bran said, not a question. "You saw?" Harry asked. Bran nodded. "Fragments. The wall. Dead men walking. And something else, something magical drawing closer." His eyes fixed on Harry. "It's looking for you." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. "The collector?" "I couldn't see his face," Bran admitted. "But the magic felt familiar. Like yours, but twisted." 5 years had passed since they'd heard anything of the collector, the mysterious wizard who'd once attacked Winterfell seeking to add Harry to his collection. After the War of the Five Kings began, such concerns had seemed distant compared to the Lannisters' threats. If it is him, Robb said grimly, the timing isn't coincidental. The North is vulnerable with winter here and half our forces still deployed against Lannister raids. We need to know more, Harry decided. I should go to the Wall. Not alone, Arya insisted immediately. No, Robb agreed. I can't spare many men, but you'll need protection beyond your magic. I don't need, Harry began. Yes, you do, Bran interrupted. I've seen it, Harry. If you go alone, you won't return. That silenced Harry's objections. Over the years, they'd learned to trust Bran's visions implicitly. If he saw Harry falling at the Wall, then the danger was real. Fine, Harry conceded. A small party, then. Fast-moving, lightly armored. We can reach Castle Black in a fortnight if we push hard. Take Daisy, Robb suggested. And Grey Wind. The massive direwolf had become almost as bonded to Harry as to Robb over the years, responding to Harry's magic in ways that still surprised them all. I'm going too, Arya stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Robb looked like he might object, then sighed. She's as good with that blade as any guard I could send. And she knows about Jon's heritage, which might matter if Jon was somehow involved with whatever was happening beyond the Wall. The unspoken possibility hung between them. Jon's Targaryen blood had always been their most closely guarded secret, but what if others had discovered it? We leave tomorrow, Harry decided. First light. Tonight, Bran countered. The visions are getting stronger. Whatever's happening won't wait for dawn. They departed Winterfell 3 hours later, riding under cover of early darkness. Harry, Arya, and Daisy Mormont led the small party, accompanied by Grey Wind and 4 of Winterfell's most trusted guards. Each carried provisions for 2 weeks, weapons appropriate to their skills, and heavy furs against the deepening winter. Harry had added magical precautions of his own, warming charms on their cloaks, lightweight shields around the horses' hooves to prevent slipping on ice, and small enchanted stones that would glow with warmth when held. Show off, Arya muttered as Harry handed her one of the stones, though her smile betrayed her appreciation. Just practical, Harry replied with a grin. We've got enough challenges without freezing to death on the road. Their path took them north along the King's Road, still the fastest route to the Wall despite the increased danger from outlaws and deserters. Winter had driven many to desperation, and travelers were prime targets. But this group was far from defenseless. Daisy Mormont wielded her family's ancestral mace with lethal efficiency. Arya had become a deadly water dancer, her slender blade finding weaknesses in armor with uncanny precision. And Harry. Harry had spent 5 years refining his magical abilities until they were as much a part of him as his own limbs. The first night, they camped in a small copse of trees just off the King's Road. As the others established a perimeter and set watches, Harry created protective enchantments around their site, wards that would alert him to approaching strangers and divert casual passers-by with subtle confusion. Can you teach me that? Arya asked, watching as Harry completed the final ward with a precise movement of his wand. The magic? No, Harry said, having had this conversation many times over the years. Not the magic, Arya clarified. The patterns. The movements. There's a precision to it. Like blade work. Harry considered this. I suppose there is. Each spell has its own choreography, I guess you could call it. The wand movements shape the magic, direct it. Like a sword directs force, Daisy observed, joining them by the small fire. The tall, dark-haired woman had initially been wary of Harry's abilities, but years of fighting alongside him had built mutual respect. Exactly, Harry agreed. Though magic responds to intent and emotion as much as technique. Is that why you sometimes don't use the wand at all? Arya asked, always observant. Harry nodded. For simpler spells, or in emergencies, I can channel magic directly. But the wand makes everything more focused, more powerful. Like needle, Arya said, touching the hilt of her slender sword. I could fight with any blade, but this one responds better. Magic and steel aren't so different, Daisy mused. Both are tools that become extensions of ourselves. Grey Wind growled suddenly, his massive head turning toward the north. The dire wolf had grown to the size of a small horse, his yellow eyes gleaming in the firelight. Harry tensed, reaching out with his magical senses. Something's out there. Not human. Wolves, one of the guards suggested, hand moving to his sword. No, Harry said, rising slowly. Something, colder. The temperature around them plummeted suddenly, frost crystallizing on their furs despite the fire's warmth. Their breath clouded thickly in the rapidly chilling air. Whites? Daisy asked, gripping her mace. I don't think so, Harry replied, raising his wand. Stay behind me. He advanced cautiously toward the edge of their camp, where the darkness seemed to gather more densely between the trees. Grey Wind padded silently beside him, hackles raised but making no sound. Lumos Maxima, Harry whispered. A brilliant ball of light erupted from his wand, illuminating the woods for 50 yards in all directions. There, at the very edge of the light's reach, stood a figure. Not a wight, wights were reanimated corpses, clumsy and rotting. This creature appeared almost elegant in its otherworldly menace. Tall and gaunt, with skin like polished ice and eyes that gleamed an unearthly blue. A White Walker. For a moment, Harry and the creature simply stared at each other across the distance. Then, to Harry's shock, it spoke, not in words, but in a crackling sound like ice breaking on a frozen lake. Somehow, impossibly, Harry understood. Brother of Ice, it seemed to say. Return. The walker raised a hand, and Harry felt a pull, not physical but magical, a resonance between his power and whatever ancient force animated this being of winter. Protego. Harry shouted instinctively, casting a shield between them. The moment his spell collided with the walker's power, a shockwave of energy exploded outward, knocking Harry back several steps. The walker seemed equally affected, staggering as if struck. For another heartbeat, the creature regarded Harry with what almost seemed like surprise. Then it turned and melted back into the darkness. What in seven hells was that? Arya demanded, suddenly at Harry's side with needle drawn. A White Walker, Harry said, his voice unsteady. But it spoke to me. I didn't hear anything, Daisy said, scanning the tree-line warily. Not in words, Harry tried to explain. But I understood. It called me Brother of Ice and told me to return. Return where? Arya asked. Harry shook his head. I don't know. But when it reached out with its magic, I felt a connection. Like our powers recognized each other. Grey Wind pressed against Harry's leg, whining softly, an unusual sound from the fierce dire wolf. We should move, Daisy decided. If one found us, others might follow. No, Harry countered. It knew exactly where we were. It came specifically for me. He looked north, toward the distant wall. And I think it was just the messenger. They encountered no more White Walkers during their journey, but the sense of being watched never left them. Twice more the temperature would plummet without warning, only to normalize minutes later without any sighting. Grey Wind remained agitated, growling at shadows that seemed to move against the wind. On their 6th day of travel, they met a patrol from the Night's Watch, 10 black brothers led by Dolorous Ed Tollett, a friend of John's from his time at Castle Black. Potter, Ed greeted Harry with his characteristic gloom. Should have known it'd be you heading north when everyone with sense is fleeing south. Good to see you too, Ed, Harry replied, having grown fond of the melancholy man's fatalistic humor over the years. News from the wall. Ed's face grew even more somber. Bad and worse, depending on your preference. The dead walk in greater numbers each night. Scouts don't return. And something's stirring in the haunted forest that freezes men solid at 50 paces. We've met one, Daisy informed him. A White Walker, on our third night out from Winterfell. Ed's eyes widened. This far south? Lord Commander needs to hear this. We're headed back to Castle Black now, join us if you value whatever's left of your likely brief futures. The combined party made better time together, reaching the wall 2 days later. Castle Black's black stone building seemed even more stark against the endless white of winter, the massive ice barrier of the wall stretching impossibly high above them. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont greeted them in his chambers, his raven familiar squawking restlessly as they entered. In the years since Jon's disappearance, the old bear had aged visibly, his face deeply lined with worry. Potter, he acknowledged Harry with a gruff nod. Stark, to Arya. Lady Mormont, to Daisy. I'd welcome you properly, but these aren't times for pleasantries. We understand, Harry said. We've come about the reports of increased White Walker activity. Activity? Mormont snorted. Invasion is more accurate. They're testing the wall every night now, with forces that grow each time. Why hasn't the South been warned? Daisy demanded. We've sent dozens of ravens, Mormont replied bitterly. To King's Landing, to every major house. The responses range from disbelief to outright mockery. The new hand of the king suggested we were inventing threats to secure more resources. Harry wasn't surprised. After Tywin Lannister's death, the Iron Throne had fallen under the influence of increasingly incompetent advisors. The realm was fractured, with the North effectively independent under Robb's leadership but constantly defending against southern incursions. Tell us what you've seen, Harry prompted. Mormont led them to a large map table, where markers indicated wildling movements and white sightings. The usual pattern is chaos, undead attacking randomly, wildlings fleeing in all directions. But in the last month, that's changed. The attacks have become coordinated, strategic. They're being led. By White Walkers? Arya asked. By something more, Mormont said grimly. 3 nights ago, we captured a wildling who'd escaped a walker attack. Before he died of his wounds, he described their leader, a figure with ice for skin and fire for blood, who commanded both the dead and the walkers themselves. Harry exchanged troubled glances with Arya. Fire for blood sounded disturbingly like a reference to Targaryen heritage. Did he say anything else about this leader? Harry asked carefully. Only that it carried a glowing stick of ice that could raise the dead with a touch. Mormont fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. Rather like your wand, wouldn't you say? Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's drafts. You think this leader is, like me? I think, Mormont said deliberately, that you arrived in the north under mysterious circumstances 16 years ago, with powers not seen in generations. And now another magical being appears beyond the wall with similar abilities. The connection seems worth exploring. Harry isn't raising armies of the dead, Arya snapped defensively. No, Mormont agreed. But he might help us understand who, or what, is. Harry considered this. The White Walker who'd confronted them had called him, Brother of Ice, and urged him to return. What if there was a connection between his origins and these creatures of winter? The White Walkers recognize me, Harry admitted. One spoke to me on our journey here. Mormont's eyebrows shot up. Spoke. They've never been known to communicate. Harry described the encounter, including the strange resonance he'd felt between his magic and the Walker's power. When he finished, Mormont was silent for a long moment. There are old legends, he said finally, about the origin of the White Walkers. Most claim they were created during the Long Night, but some suggest they existed before, as a different kind of being. What kind? Daisy asked. The records are fragmentary. But they speak of ice sorcerers who came from beyond the known world, wielding powers that could freeze seas and shatter mountains. Mormont's eyes fixed on Harry. Some say they carried staves or wands that channeled their magic. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped from beneath him. Ice sorcerers with wands, it aligned too perfectly with what they'd learned about the ancient wizards who'd come to Westeros thousands of years ago. You think the White Walkers were wizards? He asked, the concept almost too disturbing to articulate. I think, Mormont said carefully, that power corrupts, and magical power corrupts absolutely. Perhaps these ancient wizards sought more power than was natural, and it transformed them into something inhuman. The implications were staggering. If the White Walkers had once been wizards like himself, what did that mean for Harry? Was he vulnerable to the same corruption? And if they recognized him as kin, what did that suggest about his own origins? I need to see them, Harry decided. Up close. To understand the connection. Absolutely not, Daisy objected immediately. That's suicide, Arya agreed. It's necessary, Harry insisted. If there's a link between my magic and theirs, I need to understand it. It might be the key to defeating them. Mormont studied him thoughtfully. There's a ranging planned for tomorrow night. 3 leagues north to investigate a wildling village where walker activity was reported. You could join, under my command, with a full escort of rangers. I'll go as well, Arya declared, brooking no argument. And I, added Daisy. Harry knew better than to protest. Both women had proven themselves in countless battles over the years. Grey Wind should remain here, he said instead. If something happens to us, he can return to Robb. The direwolf growled in apparent disagreement, but Harry held firm. Some instinct told him that bringing Grey Wind too close to the White Walkers would be dangerous, for reasons he couldn't yet articulate. It's settled then, Mormont concluded. We leave at dusk tomorrow. Until then, rest. You'll need your strength for what lies ahead. That night, Harry stood atop the wall, staring north into the endless darkness beyond. 700 feet above the ground, the view was breathtaking, stars scattered like diamonds across the black sky, the faint green shimmer of Aurora Borealis dancing along the horizon. But it was what he couldn't see that troubled him. Out there in the darkness, something waited. Something connected to him in ways he was only beginning to understand. Can't sleep? Arya asked, joining him at the edge. In the moonlight, her stark features were starkly beautiful, all sharp angles and piercing eyes. Too much to think about, Harry admitted. The White Walker connection. He nodded. If they were once wizards like me, what does that make me? Am I just one step away from becoming like them? Arya leaned against the ice beside him. You're nothing like them, Harry. You use your power to protect, to build. They destroy. Power corrupts, Harry quoted Mormont softly. People corrupt, Arya countered. Power just gives them more ways to do it. She bumped his shoulder gently. You've had your abilities for 21 years and haven't turned into an ice demon yet. I think you're safe. Harry smiled despite his worries. Arya had always had that effect on him, cutting through his doubts with her particular blend of practicality and fierce loyalty. What if Jon is involved somehow, he asked, voicing his deepest fear. The fire for blood description, it could refer to his Targaryen heritage. Arya's expression hardened. If Jon's out there, we'll find him and bring him home. Whatever's happened, he's still our brother. Harry nodded, grateful for her certainty. Family meant everything to the Starks, and though neither he nor Jon shared their blood, they had been embraced completely. Look, Arya said suddenly, pointing north. What's that? Harry followed her gaze. Far in the distance, perhaps 10 leagues beyond the wall, a faint blue glow pulsed like a heartbeat against the darkness. Magic, Harry said, instinctively certain. Powerful magic. As they watched, the glow intensified, spreading outward in rippling waves. Even at this distance, Harry felt a responding tug from his own magic, a recognition, a calling. It knows we're watching, Harry murmured. It Whoever's creating that light. They're sending a message. Harry gripped his wand tighter. They're inviting me north. Well, they can keep inviting, Arya said firmly. Because we're not going without 50 armed rangers and a plan. Harry nodded, but the pull of that distant magic lingered like an itch he couldn't scratch. Whatever waited beyond the wall was powerful, ancient, and somehow familiar. Tomorrow's ranging couldn't come soon enough. The ranging party assembled at dusk the following day, 30 Black brothers led by Lord Commander Mormont himself, along with Harry, Arya, and Daisy. All were heavily armed and armored, with specific instructions for encountering either Whites or White Walkers. Whites burn, Mormont reminded them as they prepared to pass through the tunnel beneath the wall. Walkers shatter when struck with dragonglass. We have limited amounts of both, so use them wisely. Harry had added magical protections where he could, warming charms on their clothing, waterproofing on their boots, and strengthening spells on their weapons. But against the specific magic of the White Walkers, he wasn't certain how effective his enhancements would be. Stay close to me, he murmured to Arya and Daisy as they emerged on the northern side of the wall. If we encounter walkers, let me attempt communication before anyone attacks. Unless they attack first, Arya qualified, checking needle for the dozenth time. Unless they attack first, Harry agreed. The wildling village lay 3 leagues north, a journey that would take most of the night through the snow-laden haunted forest. They moved in formation, scouts ranging ahead while the main party followed more cautiously. The forest was unnaturally silent. No birds called, no animals rustled through the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, the branches around them perfectly still despite the open spaces between trees. It's like the forest is waiting, Daisy observed softly, voicing what they all felt. An hour into their journey, the first scout returned, his face pale with alarm. Bodies, Lord Commander, he reported. Dozens of them, arranged in a pattern half a league ahead. Wildlings? Mormont asked. Aye. Men, women, children. All dead, but... He hesitated. Not risen. Just, positioned. Harry felt a chill of foreboding. What pattern? A spiral, the scout said. With a clear space in the center, like they're waiting for something, or someone, to fill it. Arya's hand moved to Needle's hilt. It's a trap. Almost certainly, Mormont agreed. But one we need to spring if we're to understand what we're facing. They approached more cautiously now, spreading out to minimize vulnerability while maintaining sight lines to each other. Harry walked slightly ahead, wand ready, his magical senses extended to their limits. The bodies appeared exactly as the scout had described, arranged in a perfect spiral, limbs positioned with unsettling precision. In the center, a clear space large enough for a single person. The ground there was marked with strange symbols that Harry recognized with a shock, runes similar to those inscribed on his wand. Stand back, he warned the others, approaching the edge of the spiral alone. These markings are magical. Ancient. Can you read them? Mormont asked, staying several paces behind with the main party. Some, Harry confirmed, studying the intricate patterns carved into the frozen ground. They speak of binding, awakening, and return. Similar to inscriptions in Winterfell's crypts. The temperature plummeted suddenly, frost forming on their beards and eyebrows. From the surrounding forest came the distinctive sound of cracking ice, multiple sources, approaching from all directions. Form a circle. Mormont commanded. Backs together, dragonglass ready. The Rangers responded instantly, creating a defensive formation with their most vulnerable members protected at the center. Harry, however, remained near the spiral, his instincts telling him this was where the true confrontation would occur. Harry! Arya called urgently. Get back here. Before he could respond, they appeared, White Walkers, at least a dozen, emerging from between the trees like ghosts materializing from mist. Unlike the crude whites that normally accompanied them, these were elegant, almost beautiful in their otherworldly menace. Each carried weapons of crystalline ice that glowed with inner power. But it was the figure that appeared last that captured Harry's complete attention. Taller than the others, with features that somehow seemed more defined, this walker wore what appeared to be ancient armor of blackened ice. In one hand it carried a staff topped with a crystalline formation that pulsed with magical energy. And its eyes, unlike the pure blue of the others, these held flecks of violet. "7 hells," Arya breathed. "It's Jon," Harry finished, recognizing despite the transformation the face of the man who had been his brother in all but blood. The lead walker, Jon, stepped forward, regarding Harry with those haunting blue-violet eyes. When he spoke, it was in the same crackling ice language Harry had heard before, but now he understood more clearly. "Brother of the old blood," Jon said. "You have returned at last." "Jon," Harry replied, stepping closer despite the ranger's warnings. "What happened to you? How did you become this?" Jon tilted his head, studying Harry with alien curiosity. "Jon Snow died beyond the wall. I am reborn in ice and fire, as you were meant to be." "I don't understand," Harry said, heart pounding. "What do you mean, meant to be?" Instead of answering directly, Jon raised his staff. The runes on the ground began to glow with the same blue light that emanated from his eyes. "The wheel turns," Jon intoned. "The sleepers wake. The blood of winter calls its children home." With a swift movement, he plunged the staff into the center of the spiral. A shockwave of magical energy exploded outward, knocking several rangers off their feet. Harry instinctively raised a magical shield, protecting himself and those nearest him. But the energy wasn't an attack, it was a summoning. The dead bodies comprising the spiral began to move, not rising as whites but disintegrating into swirling particles that coalesced in the air above the center. Slowly, they formed an image, a memory or vision made manifest. Harry stared in shock as the scene took shape, a circle of figures in strange robes, wielding wands around a central altar. On that altar lay a baby, crying as snow fell around it. The baby had a fresh wound on its forehead, a lightning-shaped cut. "That's me," Harry whispered, recognition dawning with horrifying clarity. In the vision, one of the robed figures stepped forward, raising a wand identical to Harry's own. Words were spoken, ancient words in a language Harry somehow understood at a primal level. "The child will be our salvation or our doom. Send him beyond the veil, to return when winter wakens. Blood of our blood, ice of our ice, the last of our line until the circle closes." The vision showed the baby, Harry, being placed in a strange archway that pulsed with blue light. Then darkness, a sense of falling, and finally the image of an infant lying in the snow of the Wolfswood, where Ned Stark would find him. The vision dissipated, the particles of the dead returning to the ground as fine ash. Harry stood frozen, mind reeling with implications. He wasn't just connected to these ancient wizards, he was one of them. Sent away as a baby, meant to return, for what? "Now you understand," Jon said, his voice like ice cracking. "You were sent away during the last long night, preserved to return for this one. To join us." "Join you?" Harry repeated, finding his voice. "In what?" "In awakening the sleepers. In reclaiming what was stolen from us." Jon gestured around at the frozen forest. "This land was ours before the first men, before the children. We ruled winter, and winter ruled the world. You want to bring another long night," Harry realized with growing horror. "To freeze everything." Jon's face remained impassive, inhuman. "We want to restore the natural order. Summer is an aberration, a brief interruption in winter's eternal reign. And you, brother, are key to its ending." "I'm not your brother," Harry said firmly, raising his wand. "And whatever connection we once had, Jon, it doesn't control what I choose now." For the first time, emotion flickered across Jon's transformed features, something like disappointment, or perhaps regret. "You reject your heritage?" "I reject what you've become," Harry clarified. "The Jon Snow I knew protected life. He didn't arrange corpses in magical rituals. Jon Snow was weak, the walker replied. As are all men. But we are more than men, we are winter incarnate. You're corrupted, Harry countered. By the same power that's calling to me. But I won't follow that path. Behind him, Harry was acutely aware of the Rangers watching in tense silence, not understanding the exchange but recognizing its importance. Arya had moved closer, needle drawn but held low. Then you leave us no choice, Jon said, a note of genuine sadness in his inhuman voice. The ritual requires your blood, willing or unwilling. He raised his staff, and the other walkers advanced in perfect unison. Now! Mormont bellowed, and the Rangers attacked, hurling torches and dragonglass daggers at the approaching walkers. Several found their marks, the struck walkers shattering into crystalline shards with unearthly screams. But more emerged from the trees, along with dozens of wights, their rotting bodies shambling forward with single-minded purpose. The battle erupted with chaotic violence. Rangers fought desperately, setting wights ablaze while trying to reach the walkers with their precious dragonglass. Daisy Mormont's mace crushed undead skulls with brutal efficiency, while Arya darted between opponents with water dancer grace, her Valyrian steel blade proving as effective as dragonglass against the walkers. Harry found himself facing Jon directly, their magics clashing in bursts of blue and green energy. Jon's ice staff channeled power much like Harry's wand, but with a cold, consuming quality that felt fundamentally wrong. I don't want to fight you. Harry shouted, deflecting another blast of freezing energy. Then submit, Jon replied implacably. Your blood belongs to Winter. My blood is my own, Harry countered, summoning fire that spiraled around him in a protective vortex. And Jon, if you're still in there somewhere, remember who you are. A Stark and a Targaryen. Ice and fire both, not just ice. Something flickered in Jon's inhuman eyes, recognition, confusion, perhaps a momentary return of humanity. Harry pressed the advantage, not with magic but with words. Remember Arya, who loved you best of all her siblings. Remember Robb, who never treated you as less than a brother. Remember Ned, who protected you all those years. Jon hesitated, his staff lowering slightly. The memories are distant. Like another life. It was your life, Harry insisted. Before whatever magic corrupted you. Fight it, Jon. For a heartbeat, Harry thought he'd broken through. Jon's posture changed, becoming more human, less rigid. Then a dragonglass dagger flew past Harry, striking Jon in the shoulder. He staggered back with a scream of rage and pain, the moment of connection shattered. You will join us, Jon snarled, his voice now entirely inhuman. If not willingly, then in death. He thrust his staff toward the ground, sending a wave of freezing energy in all directions. Rangers caught in its path froze solid instantly, while those further away, including Arya and Daisy, were thrown back by the force. Harry countered with the strongest shield charm he could muster, the magical barrier glowing golden as it repelled the freezing wave. But the effort drained him considerably, Jon's power had grown exponentially with his transformation. Around them, the battle was turning against the ranging party. At least half the Rangers lay dead or dying, while the walkers seemed to be toying with the survivors, herding them toward the center of the spiral. We need to retreat. Mormont shouted, bleeding from a gash across his forehead. Back to the wall. Harry knew the old commander was right, they were outmatched here. But retreat meant abandoning Jon to whatever had corrupted him, perhaps forever. Go. Harry called to the others. I'll hold them off. Not without you. Arya refused, fighting her way to his side. I can't leave Jon like this, Harry insisted. That's not Jon anymore, Daisy argued, joining them with her mace dripping white remains. But Harry wasn't convinced. He'd seen something in those blue-violet eyes, a flicker of the man he'd known. Jon was still in there, trapped behind whatever walker magic had consumed him. Making a split-second decision, Harry channeled his magic into a massive fire barrier, creating a wall of flame between the retreating rangers and the walkers. "Run," he ordered Arya and Daisy. "Get the others to safety. I'll follow when I can." "Harry, no," Arya began. "Trust me," he said, meeting her eyes. "I can reach him. I know I can." Daisy grabbed Arya's arm. "He's right. We need to protect the survivors." Arya's face contorted with anguish, but she nodded. "You better come back, or I'll kill you myself," she threatened, before turning to help organize the retreat. Once they were moving, Harry let the fire barrier drop, conserving his strength for what came next. The walkers advanced cautiously, Jon at their center. "It's just you and me now," Harry said, addressing his transformed friend directly. "No one else needs to die tonight." "They all die eventually," Jon replied. "Winter claims everything in the end." "Not everything," Harry countered. "Not friendship. Not family. Not love. Those things endure, Jon. You taught me that." Again, that flicker of recognition in the walker's eyes. Harry pressed forward, lowering his wand slightly. "The Night's Watch vow," he said. "You took it. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. That's still your purpose, Jon. Not destroying them, protecting them." "The vow." Jon seemed to struggle with the concept. "The night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death," Harry continued, taking a careful step closer. "I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory." Jon joined in, his voice shifting, becoming more human with each word. "I shall live and die at my post." They were only feet apart now, close enough that Harry could see the internal struggle playing out across Jon's features, humanity fighting to reassert itself against the walker magic. "I am the sword in the darkness," they recited together. "I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers." Jon's hand, the one not holding the staff, reached toward his own face, touching it as if surprised by its frozen texture. "What happened to me?" he asked, confusion breaking through. "You were taken by the White Walkers," Harry explained gently. "Transformed. But you're fighting it. You're still Jon Snow underneath." "Harry?" Jon's voice sounded almost normal for a moment, though still layered with that crackling ice quality. "I remember, the ranging. The cave. The altar." "What altar, Jon? What happened?" "They said I had the old blood. Stark and, something else. That I could bridge worlds." Jon's face contorted with the effort of remembering. "There was a ceremony. Blue light. Pain." The other walkers were growing restless, moving closer as their leader's resolve wavered. Harry needed to act quickly. "Come back with me, Jon," he urged. "We can help you. Find a way to reverse this." Jon's expression cleared momentarily, humanity shining through. "I can't, they're in my head, Harry. Always." His grip on the staff tightened. "But I can help you. One last time." With startling speed, Jon turned and thrust his staff through the chest of the nearest walker, shattering it instantly. "Run," he shouted, his voice almost entirely human in that moment. Harry didn't hesitate. As the other walkers reacted with sounds of rage, he cast a blasting spell at the ground, creating a cloud of snow and debris for cover. Then he turned and sprinted after the retreating rangers, Jon's last gift of time, his only hope for escape. Behind him, he heard inhuman shrieks of anger, and beneath them, a single human scream of pain that had to be Jon, punished for his moment of rebellion. Harry forced himself not to turn back, knowing he would be overwhelmed if he did. The journey back to the wall was a desperate race through darkness. Harry caught up to the survivors about a league south of the village, finding less than half their original number still on their feet. "Harry!" Arya cried when she spotted him, relief evident in her voice. What happened? Jon's still in there, Harry panted, helping support a wounded ranger. He broke through for a moment, killed one of his own to give me time to escape. 7 hells, Mormont muttered, his own injuries temporarily forgotten. If snow can resist their control, even briefly, it means there might be a way to bring him back, Harry finished. But first, we need to survive the night. The Whites were pursuing them, relentless in their shambling advance. Twice they had to stop and fight, burning as many as they could to create breathing room. The walkers remained further back, seemingly content to let their undead servants wear down the fleeing rangers. By the time the wall appeared on the horizon, dawn was breaking, weak winter sunlight filtering through heavy clouds. The survivors were exhausted, wounded, but alive. The Whites had fallen back with the light, though Harry suspected they hadn't given up the pursuit entirely. Open the gate. Mormont bellowed as they approached Castle Black's northern entrance. Survivors returning. The massive wooden doors swung open just enough to admit them before slamming shut again. Inside, the remaining Black brothers stared in shock at their depleted numbers. What happened, Lord Commander? First Ranger Thorin Smallwood asked, helping Mormont to a bench. We know what we're facing now, the old man replied grimly. And who? Harry leaned against a wooden post, fatigue washing over him now that they were safe. Arya appeared at his side, offering a water skin. Jon? She asked quietly, eyes searching his face. Transformed, Harry confirmed, taking a grateful drink. But not gone completely. He recognized me, Arya. Remembered the Night's Watch vows. For a moment, he was himself again. Tears welled in her eyes, the first Harry had seen from her in years. Then we can save him. Maybe, Harry cautioned. But it won't be easy. Whatever magic changed him is ancient and powerful. Good thing we have ancient and powerful magic of our own, she said, nodding to his wand. Harry smiled wearily. I'll need to research. Understand what happened to him, how the transformation works. And why they're so interested in your blood, Daisy added, joining their conversation. Harry nodded grimly. The vision in the wildling village had revealed his connection to the White Walkers, or rather, to whatever they had been before corruption. He was apparently the last of that lineage, sent forward in time for some purpose involving the Sleepers and Winter's return. We need to get back to Winterfell, he decided. The answers we need might be in the crypts, where I found the wand. And Bran's visions could help us understand what's happening with Jon. The Lord Commander won't be fit to travel for days, Daisy observed, glancing at Mormont's injuries. We can't wait, Harry replied. Not with what's coming. We need to prepare Winterfell, and the North, for war against the dead. They departed Castle Black the following morning, leaving detailed reports with Maester Aemon about their encounter and Jon's condition. The ancient Maester had listened with grave attention, particularly to Harry's description of Jon's momentary break from Walker control. The blood of the dragon is strong in Targaryen veins, Aemon had observed, his blind eyes seeming to see beyond the physical. Fire magic to counter their ice. It may be what allowed him to resist, however briefly. Can it free him completely? Harry had asked. Perhaps. But it would require a powerful catalyst, something to ignite the fire within him. The old Maester had turned his face toward Harry. Your magics may seem opposed, ice and fire, but they are more connected than you know. Two sides of the same coin, two paths to the same source. Now, riding south toward Winterfell with Arya, Daisy, and the 2 uninjured rangers who'd accompanied them, Harry pondered Aemon's words. If his magic and Jon's corrupted abilities stemmed from the same source, perhaps that connection could be used to break the Walker's hold. What are you thinking? Arya asked, guiding her horse alongside his. About saving Jon, Harry replied. And about these sleepers that keep being mentioned, in the Wand runes, in the Walker's speech, even in the Night's Watch vows. The horn that wakes the sleepers, Arya quoted. Exactly. What if that's not metaphorical? What if there are literally ancient beings sleeping somewhere, waiting to be awakened? Like the others in old Nan's stories, Arya mused. She said they slept beneath the ice for thousands of years before the long night. And now something's waking them, Harry concluded grimly. Something connected to my bloodline, to the ancient wizards who apparently sent me forward in time. But why? Daisy asked, riding close enough to overhear. Why send a baby forward through time at all? Protection, maybe, Harry theorized. If they knew something catastrophic was coming, something that might wipe out their kind completely, sending a child forward would ensure their bloodline survived. Or insurance, Arya suggested darkly. A way to ensure their plans would be completed even if they failed in their own time. Harry frowned at this unsettling possibility. What if he had been sent forward not as a survivor but as a tool? A magical key designed to complete some ancient scheme? Their journey south was mercifully uneventful, though the winter snows slowed their progress. 10 days after leaving Castle Black, they spotted Winterfell's massive walls rising from the white landscape. Home, Arya sighed, visible relief in her expression. But as they drew closer, Harry sensed something wrong. The usual smoke from Winterfell's many chimneys was absent, and the walls seemed understaffed, too few guards patrolling for a castle on winter alert. Something's happened, he said, urging his horse faster. They approached the Hunter's Gate, normally used by returning hunting parties. It stood open, another bad sign during these dangerous times. Carefully, Daisy warned, loosening her mace in its saddle holster. They entered cautiously, finding the courtyard eerily quiet. A few servants scurried between buildings, heads down, not making eye contact. No sign of Robb, or Bran, or any Stark guards. Suddenly, a group of armored men emerged from the great hall, and Harry's blood ran cold when he saw the flayed man sigil on their shields. Bolton men. What's the meaning of this? Daisy demanded, her hand moving to her weapon. Where is Lord Stark? The Bolton captain smiled thinly. Lady Mormont. We weren't expecting your return so soon. Answer the question, Arya snapped, her voice deadly quiet. Where is my brother? Lord Stark is, indisposed, the captain replied. Lord Bolton now commands Winterfell, by order of the king. What king? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. King Joffrey, of course. The North has returned to the Seven Kingdoms, where it belongs. Harry's mind raced, assessing the situation. More Bolton men were appearing, surrounding them subtly. This was a coup. Roose Bolton had betrayed Robb, likely in exchange for being named Warden of the North. And my brother? Arya pressed, her hand on Needle's hilt. My sister? Bran and Rickon. The younger boys are confined to their chambers. Lady Sansa remains in King's Landing. As for Lord Robb. The captain's smile widened unpleasantly. I believe he's meeting with Lord Bolton now. A rather pointed discussion. Harry exchanged quick glances with Arya and Daisy, silent communication born of years fighting together. They were outnumbered but not necessarily outmatched, not with Harry's magic and the women's considerable combat skills. We'd like to join that discussion, Harry said pleasantly, casually adjusting his sleeve to ensure his wand was accessible. I'm afraid that won't be possible, the captain replied. In fact, Lord Bolton specifically instructed that if you returned, Potter, you were to be detained immediately. He signaled to his men. Seize them. Harry didn't wait for the Bolton men to advance. With a flick of his wand, he sent half a dozen of them flying backward into the stone walls of the courtyard. Arya and Daisy reacted instantly, drawing weapons and engaging the nearest opponents. The battle erupted with brutal efficiency. Harry focused on disabling rather than killing, using stunning spells and binding enchantments to neutralize Bolton soldiers without bloodshed. If Robb was still alive, he would want justice dispensed properly, not in the heat of combat. The Great Hall, he shouted to Arya and Daisy. We need to reach Robb. Together they fought their way across the courtyard, Harry's shields deflecting arrows while Arya's water-dancing style created a path through their opponents. Daisy guarded their rear, her mace crushing armor and bone with equal ease. They burst into the great hall to find a scene from nightmare. Robb knelt on the floor, bleeding from multiple wounds, a Bolton knife at his throat. Beside him, his wife Daisy lay motionless in a pool of blood. And standing over them both, a satisfied smile on his pale face, was Roose Bolton. "Ah, the wizard returns," Bolton observed with eerie calm. "And with the little wolf girl. How convenient." "Let him go," Harry demanded, wand aimed directly at Bolton's heart. "I think not," Bolton replied. "Lower your stick, or your precious lord loses his head. Though he's not lord of much anymore, is he?" "Harry," Robb managed, his voice weak but determined. "Bran and Rickon. The tower." Bolton backhanded him viciously. Silence. Harry assessed the situation rapidly. Robb was alive but badly wounded. Lady Daisy appeared dead. Bolton had at least a dozen men in the hall, with more likely coming. And somewhere in Winterfell, Bran and Rickon were in danger. "What do you want, Bolton?" Harry asked, playing for time while his mind raced through options. "What was always mine," the Pale Lord replied. "The North. Its rich lands, its strategic position, and its magical secrets." His eyes fixed on Harry's wand with naked avarice. "The Starks have hoarded power for too long. It's time others had a turn." "You're working with the Lannisters," Arya accused, her voice tight with fury. "A temporary arrangement," Bolton acknowledged. "Once I deliver Potter to King's Landing and you Starks to the Executioner, the North will be mine to rule as I see fit." Harry felt cold rage building within him, but kept his voice steady. "And if I surrender willingly? Would you spare the Starks?" "Harry, no." Robb protested. Bolton's thin smile widened. "An interesting proposal. But why settle for half when I can have everything? Your magic, their lands, the king's favor." "Because you can't have everything," Harry said quietly, a plan forming. "Not when facing a wizard." Before Bolton could respond, Harry cast a blinding flash of light that filled the entire hall, temporarily disorienting everyone. In that moment of confusion, he apparat, a skill he'd only recently mastered, appearing instantly beside Robb. Grabbing his injured friend, Harry disapparated again, reappearing near Arya while Bolton's men were still blinking away spots from their vision. "Get Bran and Rickon," he told Arya urgently. "The broken tower. I'll protect Robb." Arya hesitated only a second before nodding and sprinting from the hall. Daisy Mormont engaged the nearest Bolton men, buying them time. "Can you stand?" Harry asked Robb, quickly assessing his wounds. With help, Robb gritted through pain. "My wife, I'm sorry," Harry said, seeing no sign of life in Lady Daisy's still form. "We need to move." Supporting Robb's weight, Harry fought their way toward a side exit, using shields and blasting spells to clear a path. Daisy Mormont followed, covering their retreat with ferocious efficiency. They emerged into a lesser courtyard, momentarily free of Bolton men. Harry sealed the door behind them with a powerful locking spell, buying precious minutes. "The crypts," Robb gasped, clutching his bleeding side. "Safe room. Father prepared." Harry nodded, understanding immediately. Years ago, Ned Stark had shown his sons and Harry a hidden chamber within the crypts, a last resort sanctuary if Winterfell ever fell. They made their way toward the crypt entrance, avoiding open areas where Bolton archers might spot them. Twice they encountered enemy soldiers, whom Harry quickly incapacitated with stunning spells. The entrance to the crypts loomed before them, its ancient ironwood door partially ajar. As they approached, figures emerged from the shadows, Arya, supporting Bran in her arms, with young Rickon clutching her cloak. "You found them," Harry said with relief. "Bolton men were heading to their rooms," Arya confirmed. We got out just in time. Together they descended into the crypts, the cool darkness enveloping them like a protective cloak. Harry created magical light, guiding them past the Stone Kings toward the oldest section. Through here, Rob directed weakly, indicating a seemingly solid wall beyond Winterfell's founder. Harry pressed the stones in the pattern Ned had shown them years ago. The wall slid open silently, revealing a chamber beyond, small but well-provisioned, with pallets, dried food, water, and even weapons. Once inside, Harry sealed the entrance with both mechanical locks and magical wards. Only then did they allow themselves to breathe. "What happened?" he asked Rob, helping him lie down on one of the pallets. "Bolton," Rob spat, wincing as Dacey examined his wounds. "Arrived 3 days ago with what he claimed were reinforcements against Lannister raids. We welcomed them." His face contorted with self-recrimination. "Like fools. No one could have anticipated this level of treachery," Dacey assured him, applying pressure to his worst wound. They waited until dinner, Bran added quietly from where Arya had set him on another pallet. "Attacked without warning. Most of our guard were poisoned, something in the wine." Harry set to work healing Rob's injuries, using the medical magic he'd refined over years of northern conflicts. "How many of our people survived?" "Unknown," Rob said grimly. "Bolton's men control the main castle. Some of our household may have escaped to Winter Town or hidden within Winterfell. We're besieged in our own home," Arya summarized bitterly. "Not for long," Harry promised, his voice hardening with resolve. "Winterfell is Stark territory, its very stones reject usurpers." "What do you mean?" Rickon asked, his young face serious beyond his years. "The magical defenses," Harry explained. "The ones inscribed throughout Winterfell's foundation by the same ancient wizards who crafted my wand. I've been studying them for years, learning how to activate them." "You never mentioned this," Rob said, surprise evident through his pain. "Because they require blood sacrifice to fully activate," Harry admitted. "Stark blood specifically. I never wanted to suggest such a thing. But now we have no choice," Bran observed quietly. "Bolton has already spilled Stark blood. We should use it against him." Harry looked at the crippled boy, now a young man of 15, with new respect. Bran's green sight had matured alongside his body, giving him wisdom beyond his years. "It's not that simple," Harry cautioned. "The defenses are old, powerful, and not entirely predictable. Once awakened, they can't easily be controlled." "What would they do?" Arya asked. "According to the runes I've translated, turn Winterfell itself against enemies. The stones, the earth, the very air, all would recognize and target those who betrayed the Stark bloodline." "Do it," Rob said immediately, struggling to sit up. "Whatever the cost." "There's more you should know," Harry continued reluctantly. "Beyond the wall, we discovered things, about Jon, about my own origins, that complicate matters." Quickly, he recounted their findings: Jon's transformation into a White Walker, the vision revealing Harry's connection to the ancient ice sorcerers, and the apparent plan to wake the sleepers and bring permanent winter. When he finished, stunned silence filled the small chamber. "Jon," Rob whispered, grief evident in his voice. "We have to help him." "We will," Harry promised. "But first we need to reclaim Winterfell. And I'm afraid the same magic that might save Jon could be affected by activating Winterfell's defenses. They're connected somehow, the wizard blood in me, the walker magic controlling Jon, the protective enchantments in the castle walls." "What are you saying?" Dacey asked. "I'm saying that awakening Winterfell's full defenses might close a door we need open to save Jon," Harry explained. "It might alter the balance of magical forces in ways I can't predict. But without Winterfell, we have no base from which to help Jon anyway," Arya pointed out practically. "Exactly," Harry agreed. "It's a risk we have to take." Bran suddenly went rigid, his eyes rolling back to show only whites, the now familiar sign of a green sight vision. The others waited tensely until he returned to himself moments later, gasping. "What did you see?" Arya asked, kneeling beside her brother. "Bolton isn't working alone," Bran said, his voice distant. "There's another force approaching Winterfell from the east. Men in strange robes, led by a familiar figure." The Collector, Harry realized with dawning horror. "He's finally returned." "Yes," Bran confirmed. "And he brings others like himself. A dozen at least, all with wands and strange devices." "Seven hells," Robb muttered. Bolton allied with southern enemies wasn't bad enough. Now we face magical ones too. "It makes a certain sense," Harry said grimly. "Bolton never trusted my abilities. The Collector wants to control them. An alliance serves both their interests. And both are about to converge on Winterfell, where we're trapped underground," Dacey summarized. "Not trapped," Harry corrected, a plan forming in his mind. "Positioned. The crypts aren't just a hiding place, they're the heart of Winterfell's power. The defenses can be activated from here more effectively than anywhere else." He turned to Robb. "I need your permission. And your blood." Robb didn't hesitate. "Take what you need. Winterfell belongs to the Starks, and it's time the Stones remembered that." The ritual was simple but solemn. In the deepest part of the crypts, before the statue of Winterfell's founder, Harry prepared the necessary components. 5 stones arranged in a star pattern, each carved with runes matching those on his wand. In the center, a shallow bowl hewn from weirwood. The Stark siblings gathered around, Robb supported by Dacey, Bran held by Arya, and Rickon standing tall despite his obvious fear. "Each of you must contribute," Harry explained. "A small amount will suffice. The magic recognizes intent as much as quantity." One by one, they approached. Harry used a small ceremonial knife to make a shallow cut on each of their palms, allowing their blood to drip into the weirwood bowl. With each contribution, the runes on the surrounding stones began to glow with subtle blue light. When all 4 Starks had participated, Harry added the final component, a drop of his own blood, provided without the knife. Instead, he simply pressed his wand tip to his palm and willed the blood to emerge. The moment his blood joined the Starks, the reaction was immediate and dramatic. The mixture in the bowl began to swirl of its own accord, emitting a pale blue glow that spread outward along the floor in intricate patterns, the same runes Harry had found throughout Winterfell's foundations. "Now what?" Arya asked, watching the glowing patterns expand. "Now I complete the invocation," Harry said, raising his wand. "Stand back." As the others retreated a safe distance, Harry began to speak in a language none of them recognized, the same ancient tongue the White Walker version of Jon had used, but flowing more naturally from Harry's lips, as though his blood remembered what his mind never knew. "Stone and ice, blood and bone, hear our call and protect your own. Winter rises, winter falls, ancient power guards these walls." The glowing runes pulsed brighter with each phrase, spreading faster, climbing the walls of the crypts and disappearing into the ceiling, extending throughout the entire castle's foundation. "By blood of Stark and wizard kin, let Winterfell's defense begin. Recognize friend, punish foe, until no traitor walks below." The ground beneath them trembled, a deep rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. Dust shook loose from the ceiling, and several of the oldest statues creaked as though the stone itself was straining to move. As it was in days of old, let ice and stone now grow bold. Wake from slumber, rise from sleep, the ancient oath of blood to keep. With the final words, Harry plunged his wand into the bowl of mingled blood. A shockwave of magic exploded outward, so powerful it knocked everyone except Harry off their feet. The runes flared blindingly bright for a moment, then faded to a steady, pulsing glow that seemed to beat in rhythm with their hearts. "It's done," Harry said, suddenly exhausted. "Winterfell is awakening. What happens now?" Rickon asked, clinging to Arya as they regained their feet. Before Harry could answer, Bran's eyes went distant again, not fully entering a greensight trance, but accessing his growing magical awareness. "The stones are moving," he whispered. "Shifting. Changing. The castle is remembering." Above them, they heard it, a grinding, shifting sound, like massive stones rearranging themselves. Then screams, distant but distinct, the sounds of men caught in events they couldn't comprehend. "We should go up," Robb suggested, attempting to stand with Daisy's help. "See what's happening." "Not yet," Harry cautioned. "The magic needs time to stabilize, to distinguish friend from foe completely. We're safe here." As if confirming his words, the entrance to their hidden chamber glowed briefly with protective runes before fading back to normal stone. "How long?" Arya asked, practical as always. "An hour, maybe 2, Harry estimated. By then, the first phase should be complete." "First phase?" Daisy questioned. "The defenses work in stages," Harry explained. "First, Winterfell will expel the immediate threat, Bolton's men inside the walls. Then it will prepare to defend against external attacks." "The Collector," Bran murmured. "Yes. And whatever forces he brings." Harry leaned against the wall, suddenly lightheaded. The ritual had taken more from him than he'd anticipated. "I need to rest before we face them. My magic, depleted temporarily." "Rest," Robb ordered. "We'll wake you when it's time." Harry nodded gratefully, sinking onto one of the pallets. As he drifted towards sleep, he could feel Winterfell changing around them, ancient magic reawakening after centuries of dormancy, stone and earth responding to the mingled blood of Stark and Wizard. And somewhere, deep in his consciousness, he sensed another awareness taking notice, cold and ancient, watching from beyond the wall with growing interest. The game had changed, and all the players knew it. Harry woke to Arya shaking his shoulder urgently. "It's time," she said. "The castle's stopped shifting. And Bran says the Bolton men are either dead or fled." Harry sat up, feeling his strength and magic replenished after even this brief rest. "How long was I out?" "About an hour," Arya replied. "Robb wants to retake the Great Hall before the Collector arrives." They rejoined the others at the entrance to their hidden chamber. Robb looked markedly improved. Harry's healing magic combined with rest had stabilized his wounds, though he remained pale from blood loss. "Ready?" Robb asked as Harry approached. "Ready," Harry confirmed. "But stay behind me until we know exactly what the defenses have done." With careful spellwork, Harry dismantled his own magical protections on the chamber entrance, then triggered the mechanism to open the hidden door. They emerged into the main crypt area, which appeared unchanged at first glance. But as they moved toward the exit, Harry noticed subtle differences. The stone kings on their throne seemed more defined somehow, their features sharper, more alert. And the dire wolves at their feet. Did that statue just move? Daisy asked suddenly, staring at one of the stone wolves. Before anyone could answer, the wolf in question, carved from solid granite and accompanying a king dead for 1,000 years, turned its head to look directly at them. Its eyes glowed with the same blue light as the activated runes. "7 hells," Robb breathed. "The defenses," Harry realized. "They've animated the statues." As if confirming his assessment, more stone wolves shifted slightly, acknowledging their presence without hostility. The message was clear, they were recognized as rightful inhabitants, not targets. "Will they attack Bolton's men?" Arya asked, fascination overriding her initial alarm. "And anyone else the castle perceives as an enemy," Harry confirmed. "Let's see what else has changed." They ascended the steps to the crypt entrance cautiously. Harry went first, wand ready, with Arya and Daisy close behind. Robb followed with Bran in his arms, while Rickon brought up the rear. The courtyard beyond was a scene of chaotic aftermath. Stone had erupted from pathways, forming jagged spikes that had impaled several Bolton soldiers. Others lay crushed beneath collapsed sections of wall that had seemingly reformed after falling. Blood stained the snow in grotesque patterns. But most disturbing were the remains of men who appeared to have been pulled into the very stones of Winterfell, arms, legs, sometimes just faces visible in walls, frozen in expressions of horror. "Gods," Daisy whispered. "The castle protected itself," Harry said quietly. "As it was designed to do." They moved carefully through the courtyard, noting that the damage seemed selective. Winterfell's essential structures remained intact, while decorative elements had transformed into weapons. Gargoyles had descended from rooftops to attack invaders. Staircases had shifted to trap men in endless loops. Floors had opened into pits lined with stone spikes. "Where's Bolton?" Robb asked, scanning the carnage for the Lord's distinctive pale features. "There," Arya pointed toward the great hall, where a small group of survivors had barricaded themselves inside. They approached cautiously, but the defenses parted before them, stone barriers sinking back into the ground, giving the rightful lord and his companions clear passage. The doors to the great hall stood closed but unbarred. Harry could hear voices inside, arguing, frightened. "Ready?" he asked, looking to Robb. Robb straightened, assuming the mantle of Lord of Winterfell despite his injuries. "Ready." Harry cast a powerful blasting spell, throwing the doors open with a thunderous crash. Inside, a dozen Bolton men plus their lord whirled toward the entrance, weapons raised. "Roose Bolton," Robb called, his voice carrying the full weight of northern justice. "You stand accused of treason against your liege lord and murder of northern loyalists. How do you plead?" Bolton's pale eyes registered shock at seeing Robb alive, but he recovered quickly. "I answer to the king now, not to you, Stark." "You answer to Winterfell itself," Harry corrected, stepping forward with his wand raised. "And it has found you wanting." As if responding to his words, the floor beneath Bolton's feet began to ripple like water. The pale lord leaped back, genuine fear crossing his normally impassive features. "What sorcery is this?" he demanded. "The oldest kind," Bran spoke from Robb's arms, his voice carrying an authority beyond his years. "The magic of the first men, bound to Stark blood and stone." Bolton's men were backing away now, some dropping their weapons in terror as the walls around them seemed to breathe, stone shifting like living tissue. "Surrender," Harry offered, "and you'll receive the justice of man rather than stone. Continue fighting, and Winterfell will consume you completely." For a moment, it seemed Bolton might actually yield. Then his eyes hardened with calculation. "You're too late," he said coldly. "Even if you kill me, the Collector comes with forces beyond your comprehension. The North's independence ends today, along with House Stark." "So be it," Robb responded grimly. Then, raising his voice, "Winterfell, to me." The reaction was immediate and terrifying. The stone floor beneath Bolton's feet suddenly liquefied, pulling him downward as though he'd stepped into quicksand. His men suffered similar fates, some dragged into walls, others crushed by falling stone, a few enveloped entirely by the floor. Bolton struggled furiously, genuine panic replacing his usual cold composure. "Potter," he screamed. "Stop this. I can offer you power, position." "I already have both," Harry replied calmly. "And the loyalty of friends, which you never understood the value of." The pale lord sank deeper, now submerged to his chest. His final words emerged as a curse, "The dead come for us all, wizard. Your friend Snow leads them. No stone walls will." The floor closed over his head, cutting off his final threat. For a moment, Bolton's face remained visible in the stone, eyes wide with terror, then even that faded, leaving only smooth flagstones where the traitor had stood. Silence fell across the great hall. The Starks and their companions stood alone among the weapons and belongings of men who had ceased to exist. "Is it over?" Rickon asked in a small voice. "Not yet," Bran answered before Harry could. "The other threat approaches. I can feel them at the edge of the Wolfswood. Strange magics, powerful but different from Harry's." Harry nodded, feeling the same awareness. "The Collector and his wizards. They'll reach Winterfell by nightfall. Can the castle defenses handle them too? Daisy asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. They have wands, magical knowledge. They might be able to counter some of Winterfell's protections. Then we prepare conventional defenses as well, Robb decided. Gather any surviving loyal guards. Secure the walls. Prepare for siege. I'll strengthen the magical wards, Harry agreed. But first, we should search for survivors, both ours and Bolton's men who might provide information. They split up to cover more ground, Harry and Arya taking the main keep while Robb and Daisy searched the other buildings. Rickon stayed with Bran in the Great Hall, protected by the now friendly stone direwolves that had followed them from the crypts. To their relief, they found many of Winterfell's household alive, servants and some guards who had hidden in cellars and storerooms during Bolton's attack. The casualties were still severe, but not the wholesale slaughter they had feared. By midday, they had restored some semblance of order. The dead were gathered for proper burial, the wounded treated, defenses organized. All the while, Winterfell continued its subtle transformations, walls thickening, defensive positions optimizing themselves, stone guardians taking position at vulnerable points. As evening approached, Harry stood on the eastern battlements, watching the wolfswood for signs of the collector's approach. Arya joined him, needle at her hip and a dragonglass dagger, brought back from Castle Black, in her boot. Will you face him alone? She asked without preamble. If I can, Harry replied honestly. This confrontation has been coming for 16 years. And I'd rather keep his focus on me than on Winterfell as a whole. He won't be alone this time, Arya pointed out. Bran says he brings others like himself. I'm not the same boy he threatened before either, Harry reminded her. I've spent years mastering my magic, understanding my wand. I'm ready for him. Arya studied him with those penetrating stark eyes that seemed to see right through pretense. You're planning something specific. Something you haven't told us. Harry hesitated, then nodded. She deserved the truth. During the ritual in the crypts, I felt a connection. To Jon, to the White Walkers, to the sleepers they keep mentioning. I think I can use that connection, turn it against them. How? By completing what they started, Harry said carefully. The ritual they want my blood for, I think I can perform it myself, but with a different intent. Use it to break their hold on Jon rather than strengthen it. Arya's eyes widened. That's incredibly dangerous. You'd be working with magic you don't fully understand. All magic is something we don't fully understand, Harry countered. That's what makes it magic. But my blood, my heritage, gives me insight they don't expect. Before Arya could respond, a horn blew from the northern watchtower, the signal they'd arranged for the collector's approach. They're here, Harry said grimly. Remember the plan. Keep everyone inside the walls. Let Winterfell's defenses engage first. And if things go wrong, we get Bran to safety, Arya finished. His visions may be the only hope for understanding what's happening beyond the wall. Harry nodded, gripping her shoulder briefly in silent communication, then turned his attention to the forest edge. Figures were emerging, robed men and women carrying wands, led by the tall, thin form Harry recognized instantly despite the years. The collector had indeed returned, and this time he brought an army of his own kind. The wizards assembled at the edge of Winterfell's open ground, 20 in all, forming a semicircle with the collector at its center. They made no immediate move to attack, instead studying the castle with obvious magical instruments that glinted in the fading light. Remarkable, Harry heard the collector say, his voice carrying unnaturally across the distance. The defenses have fully activated. I haven't seen such work since the old country. Harry stepped forward onto the battlements, making himself visible. That's close enough, collector. The thin man looked up, a smile spreading across his face when he spotted Harry. Potter. How you've grown. From boy to man, and into your power at last. He bowed with exaggerated courtesy. I'm almost glad you escaped me years ago. You're a far more impressive specimen now. What do you want? Harry called, though he knew the answer. The same as before. You. Your blood. Your connection to this land's oldest magic. The collector spread his hands, encompassing his companions. We've searched for so long, tracked the resonance of your power across continents. And now, with winter truly arriving, we can complete what began thousands of years ago. You're working with the White Walkers, Harry stated. With whatever corrupted Jon Snow. A murmur ran through the assembled wizards, and the collector's smile widened. Not working with, dear boy. Awakening. Restoring. The beings you call White Walkers were once like us, wizards of the highest caliber. But they bound themselves too deeply to winter's magic, became something, more and less than human. And you want the same transformation? Harry asked incredulously. Want? The collector laughed. We've achieved it already, at least partially. Your friend Snow was the key, dragon blood and first men blood combined, the perfect catalyst. When we found him ranging beyond the wall, it was like destiny itself intervened. Harry felt cold rage building inside him. You captured Jon. Performed the ritual on him against his will. He fought impressively, the collector acknowledged. But in the end, the blood tells. As yours will. He raised his wand, the others following suit. Surrender now, Potter. Join us willingly, and your friends may live as subjects in the new order. Resist, and Winterfell falls tonight, its stones ground to dust. Harry's response was nonverbal but unmistakable. With a powerful sweeping motion of his wand, he sent a massive wall of fire erupting from the ground between Winterfell and the wizard assembly. The battle had begun. The collector's forces responded immediately, a dozen different spells striking Harry's fire barrier. It held momentarily, then collapsed under their combined assault. But the delay had served its purpose. Winterfell's magical defenses were now fully alerted to the threat. The ground before the castle erupted, stone spikes shooting upward to impale the unwary. 3 wizards fell immediately, caught by the unexpected attack. The others levitated or shielded themselves just in time. Harry didn't wait for them to regroup. Channeling his power through the connection to Winterfell's awakened magic, he launched a barrage of spells, blasting hexes, stunning spells, conjured projectiles that rained down upon the invaders. Inside Winterfell's walls, Robb and the others watched in awe as Harry single-handedly engaged 20 powerful wizards. The air crackled with magical energy, spells colliding in bursts of color and force. He can't hold them all indefinitely, Daisy observed grimly. He doesn't need to, Bran replied, his eyes distant. He's drawing them in. The stones are waiting. Indeed, Harry's strategy became apparent as the collector's forces advanced despite the resistance, pushing closer to Winterfell's walls. They moved with confidence born of superior numbers, firing spells in coordinated patterns that forced Harry to focus on defense. Impressive, Potter, the collector called during a brief pause in the exchange. You've developed marvelously. But surely you realize you're outmatched. Why sacrifice yourself and your friends for a doomed cause? Who said anything about sacrifice? Harry replied. He made a sharp downward gesture with his wand. The apparently solid ground beneath the advancing wizards transformed instantly, not into quicksand as with Bolton, but into animate stone wolves that erupted from the earth, latching onto robes, limbs, anything they could grasp. Chaos erupted among the collector's forces. Some fell immediately, dragged down by stone predators they couldn't target fast enough. Others fought back with blasting spells and fire, destroying their attackers but exposing themselves to Harry's counterattacks from the battlements. The collector himself remained untouched, protected by shields more powerful than his companions. He watched the engagement with clinical interest, as though observing an experiment rather than a battle for survival. Magnificent, he called to Harry. You've bound yourself to this place's magic even more deeply than I anticipated. But did you know, Potter, there are older bindings at work here? With that cryptic statement, the collector raised his wand toward the northern horizon and fired a spell unlike any Harry had seen, a beam of intense blue light that shot into the distant sky, illuminating the clouds from beneath. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The temperature plummeted, frost forming on Winterfell's stones despite the ongoing battle. And from the northern distance came a sound that chilled Harry's blood more than any cold, the cracking, shifting noise of hundreds of wights marching in unison. "You didn't think I came alone, did you?" the collector laughed. "Your friend Snow sends his regards, along with every dead man and woman within 50 leagues. Harry realized with horror what had happened. The collector's signal had summoned the army of the dead, likely positioned nearby in anticipation of this moment. Winterfell now faced attack from magical and undead forces simultaneously. "Rob!" Harry shouted, turning briefly toward the courtyard. "The dead come. Prepare fire defenses." Rob nodded grimly, already mobilizing the castle's defenders to the northern wall. They had prepared for this possibility, gathering oil, pitch, and every flammable material available. Harry returned his attention to the wizard attackers, who had regrouped after the initial surprise of the stone wolves. Now they advanced more cautiously, neutralizing Winterfell's defenses methodically before proceeding. The collector remained at their center, directing the assault with calculated precision. His eyes never left Harry, watching his every defensive move with predatory interest. "We need only hold until the dead arrive, Potter," he called. "Then your precious Winterfell will be caught between hammer and anvil." Harry knew he was right. Fighting on two fronts would divide their already limited resources beyond sustainability. He needed to end the wizard threat quickly, before the wights arrived. Making a split-second decision, Harry disapparated from the battlements, reappearing directly behind the wizard formation. Before they could react to his sudden appearance, he cast a powerful concussive spell that sent half a dozen of them flying forward into Winterfell's waiting defenses. The collector whirled, his face registering surprise for the first time. "Apparition? How remarkable. Self-taught, I assume." "You talk too much," Harry replied, launching a barrage of offensive spells. The collector defended easily, his wand movements fluid and precise, the work of decades more experience. Around them, his remaining followers turned to engage Harry from behind, while Winterfell's defenses continued attacking from the front. It was exactly what Harry wanted, the wizard forces now completely focused on him, their backs to the castle, attention divided. "Now," he shouted toward Winterfell. On his signal, Arya and a dozen archers appeared on the battlements, loosing flaming arrows into the distracted wizard ranks. Simultaneously, the castle's stone defenses surged forward with renewed vigor, no longer hindered by counterspells. The combined assault broke the wizard formation. Several fell immediately, pierced by arrows or dragged down by animate stone. Others retreated in disarray, their coordinated defense shattered. Only the collector maintained his composure, erecting shields that blocked both arrows and stone attackers. His pale eyes locked with Harry's, narrowing with newfound respect. "It seems I've underestimated you again, Potter," he acknowledged. "A strategic mind to match your magical talent. But you've made a critical error." "What's that?" Harry asked, maintaining his combat stance. "You've left the castle to face me alone," the collector smiled thinly. "Allowing me to do this." With blinding speed, he cast a spell Harry had never encountered, a shimmering dome that expanded outward, enclosing them both in a self-contained magical arena. Outside, the sounds of battle became muted, as though heard through thick glass. "There," the collector said with satisfaction. "Just the two of us now. No distractions, no assistance from your stone pets." Harry tested the barrier with a probing spell. It held firm, neither yielding nor reflecting his magic, simply absorbing it. "An isolation field," the collector explained, noting Harry's examination. "A specialty of mine. Nothing enters, nothing leaves, including us, until one of us falls." "So be it," Harry replied, centering himself. Let's finish what you started 16 years ago. The duel that followed was unlike anything the North had ever witnessed. Two wizards at the height of their powers, one self-taught but innately gifted, the other trained by tradition but corrupted by ambition. Spells flew between them with blinding speed, magical energy crackling through the contained atmosphere of the isolation dome. The Collector was technically superior, his century or more of experience evident in every precise movement. But Harry fought with the creativity of the self-taught, combining magical techniques in ways the older wizard had never encountered. "Where did you learn that combination?" the Collector asked after Harry narrowly missed him with a spell that transformed the ground to ice while simultaneously conjuring fire serpents to traverse it. "It's not in any text I've studied." "I made it up," Harry replied, not pausing in his assault. "Something you collection-obsessed traditionalists never understood, magic isn't just about preserving the old. It's about creating the new." The Collector's face darkened. "You speak of what you don't understand. We preserve because what was lost was greater than anything since imagined." "The ancient power was probably lost for a reason," Harry interrupted, sensing an opportunity in the Collector's distraction. He feinted with a visible attack while simultaneously casting a subtle binding hex at the man's feet. The Collector blocked the obvious spell but missed the secondary attack. Magical bonds snaked around his ankles, momentarily throwing him off balance. "Clever," he acknowledged, quickly severing the bindings. "But ultimately futile. Listen." Beyond the isolation dome, a new sound rose above the ongoing battle, the unmistakable moans of wights, hundreds of them, approaching Winterfell's walls from the north. The dead had arrived. "Your friends fight a losing battle, Potter," the Collector observed with satisfaction. "The living cannot stand against the combined might of wizards and wights. But you could save them. Join us willingly, let us complete the ritual with your blood freely given, and I'll spare Winterfell." "What ritual?" Harry demanded, maintaining his combat stance while playing for time. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" The Collector's eyes gleamed with fanatic fervor. "The Great Awakening. The return of our kind to our rightful place as masters of winter and death." He gestured toward the northern horizon. "The beings you call White Walkers were once the greatest among us, wizards who transcended mortality by binding themselves to ice magic. But their transformation was incomplete, imperfect. They lost their humanity," Harry countered. "They evolved beyond it," the Collector corrected. "But remain trapped between states, neither fully ascended nor truly alive. The ritual requires the blood of their last pure descendant to complete their transformation." "Your blood, Potter." Harry felt a chill at the confirmation of what he had long suspected. "That's why you've hunted me. Why the White Walkers recognize me." "Precisely. You are the last of the original bloodline, sent forward in time during the long night to preserve what would otherwise have been lost." The Collector lowered his wand slightly, his expression almost beseeching. "Join us, Harry. Your ancestors intended you for this purpose. Complete what they began, and take your place among the immortals." For a moment, Harry allowed himself to consider it, not out of temptation, but to understand the full scope of what he faced. The revelation confirmed his developing theory about his origins, about the purpose of his mysterious appearance in the Wolfswood all those years ago. "And John?" he asked. "What role does he play in all this? The Targaryen boy? A catalyst only. His mixed bloodline, ice of the first men, fire of the dragon, created the perfect conduit to begin the awakening. But only your pure wizard blood can complete it." Harry nodded slowly, as though considering. "And if I refuse?" "Then Winterfell falls, your friends die, and we take your blood anyway," the Collector stated matter-of-factly. "The ritual proceeds with or without your cooperation. The only question is how much suffering accompanies it." "I see," Harry said. Then, with sudden decisive movement, he plunged his wand into the ground beneath them. "In that case, I choose option 3. The Collector's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The ground within their isolation dome began to glow with the same runic patterns Harry had activated in the crypts, but brighter, more concentrated, drawing power directly from Winterfell's awakened defenses. Impossible, the collector breathed. The isolation field prevents outside magic from entering. It does, Harry agreed, maintaining his connection to the spreading runes. But Winterfell's magic wasn't outside to begin with. It was already here, beneath us, waiting to be called. The runes surged upward, forming glowing patterns in the air around them. The isolation dome began to waver, its boundaries destabilizing as Winterfell's older, deeper magic reasserted itself. "No," the collector shouted, casting frantically to maintain his spell. "You don't understand what you're interfering with. The awakening has already begun, it can't be stopped, only controlled." "I'm not trying to stop it," Harry said calmly, power flowing through him into the awakening runes. "I'm redirecting it." With a sound like shattering glass, the isolation dome collapsed. The collector staggered, momentarily disoriented by the backlash of his failed spell. It was all the opening Harry needed. In Carcerus, he cast, magical ropes binding the collector's arms to his sides. Before the older wizard could counter, Harry followed with a disarming spell that sent the collector's wand flying into his own outstretched hand. He caught it deftly, feeling the strange wood's reluctance to be handled by anyone but its master. "It's over," Harry said, approaching his now wandless opponent. The collector laughed, the sound holding no humor. "Over? Look around you, Potter. The dead are scaling your walls. My followers still attack your defenses. And beyond the horizon, the true awakening begins regardless of my fate." Harry glanced toward Winterfell. The situation was indeed dire. Whites climbed the northern walls despite flaming arrows and boiling oil. The remaining wizards had regrouped, focusing their attacks on the main gate. Winterfell's defenses, while impressive, were stretched to their limit against this two-pronged assault. "Then I'll have to accelerate my plans," Harry decided, turning back to his captive. "What plans?" the collector asked, genuine curiosity beneath his defiance. "The ritual you mentioned, the one requiring my blood to complete the White Walker's transformation. I intend to perform it myself." The collector's eyes widened. "You wouldn't dare. You lack the knowledge, the preparation." "I have everything I need," Harry contradicted. "My blood. My wand." And now, he held up the collector's captured wand, a second wand for channeling the counterspell. "Counterspell? There is no counterspell," the collector protested. "The ritual can only proceed as designed." "That's where you're wrong," Harry said with quiet confidence. "All magic has balance, opposites, inversions. What can be done can be undone. What can corrupt can purify." Understanding dawned in the collector's pale eyes. "You mean to reverse the Walker transformation? To free your friend Snow? And all the others," Harry confirmed. "Return them to what they were before corruption." "You'll fail," the collector warned. "And in failing, you'll likely kill yourself and everyone you're trying to save." "Maybe," Harry acknowledged. "But that's my choice to make." He raised his wand. "Stupefy." The collector slumped unconscious. Harry quickly bound him with additional magical restraints, then turned toward Winterfell. The battle continued unabated, defenders fighting desperately on two fronts. "Arya!" Harry called, spotting her on the battlements. "I need to get to the heart tree." She nodded understanding, directing covering fire as Harry made his way back toward Winterfell's gates. The castle's defenses recognized him, stone barriers parting to allow his passage while maintaining protection against the attacking forces. Inside the walls, chaos reigned. Defenders ran between positions, carrying pitch and oil to combat the whites now breaching the northern sections. Robb shouted orders from a central position, coordinating their dwindling resources with tactical precision. "Harry!" he called upon seeing his friend. "The dead are inside the east barracks. We can't hold much longer." You won't have to, Harry assured him. I have a plan, but I need to reach the God's Wood. Robb nodded without hesitation. Take what men you need. Just Bran, Harry replied. His green sight may be crucial for what comes next. They found Bran in the Great Hall, where he'd been moved for safety. Despite the battle raging around Winterfell, the crippled youth appeared calm, almost expectant. You're going to perform the ritual, he stated as Harry approached. Not a question. Yes, Harry confirmed. Will it work? I don't know, Bran admitted. The visions show multiple possibilities, branching paths. But all converge on one location, the Heart Tree. Then that's where we go, Harry decided, lifting Bran into his arms. The God's Wood should still be secure, it's the most heavily defended area after the activation. Indeed, as they made their way to Winterfell's ancient grove, they found the stone defenses particularly concentrated there, animated gargoyles patrolling the walls, pathways that shifted to block unauthorized access, even the trees themselves seeming more alert, their branches moving against the wind. The Heart Tree stood as it always had, ancient, knowing, its carved face solemn as it witnessed yet another pivotal moment in Winterfell's long history. But the pool before it had changed, its previously dark waters now glowing faintly with the same blue energy that pulsed through the castle's awakened runes. Set me against the trunk, Bran requested as they reached the tree. Harry carefully positioned him with his back to the white bark. Immediately, Bran's eyes rolled back, entering the green sight trance that allowed him to access memories and visions beyond normal perception. The ritual was performed here before, Bran said, his voice distant. During the first long night. Wizard blood was spilled to bind the sleepers beneath the ice, to transform men into walkers who could command winter itself. And my ancestors? Harry prompted. Why send me forward in time? Insurance, Bran confirmed Harry's earlier theory. If the ritual succeeded, you would never be needed. If it failed, you would return when winter woke again, to complete what they began. Or to reverse it, Harry suggested. Bran's unseeing eyes turned toward him. Yes. The blood that binds can also release. But the cost is high, Harry. The magic requires equivalent exchange. What kind of exchange? Life for life. Power for power. To free those transformed, something of equal value must be sacrificed. Harry nodded grimly, having suspected as much. All-powerful magic required balance, a fundamental law he discovered through years of study and practice. Tell me what to do, he said simply. Under Bran's guidance, Harry prepared the ritual components. He placed the two wands, his own and the collector's, crossed in the center of the Heart Tree's roots, where they dipped into the glowing pool. Around them, he inscribed runes matching those on his wand, using a mixture of his own blood and sap from the weirwood. Beyond the God's Wood walls, the sounds of battle intensified. The dead had penetrated deeper into Winterfell, while the remaining wizards focused their assault on the castle's weakening eastern defenses. Time was running short. The final component, Bran instructed, his voice becoming clearer as he emerged from his deepest trance. Your blood, freely given, with pure intent. Harry knelt before the crossed wands, rolling up his sleeve to expose his forearm. With a small knife of dragonglass, brought back from Castle Black for exactly this purpose, he made a deep cut along his arm, allowing the blood to flow directly onto the intersection of the wands. With this blood, freely given, Harry recited, following Bran's whispered guidance, I call to the sleepers beneath the ice. Not to wake, but to release. Not to bind, but to free. What was transformed, return to true form. What was corrupted, find purity again. The blood touching the wands began to glow, not the blue of the walker magic, but a deep, vibrant green that pulsed with life rather than cold. The wands themselves started to resonate, emitting a high, clear tone that seemed to penetrate bone and mind alike. The next words are yours alone, Bran said. Speak from your blood, from your heritage. The magic will recognize its own. Harry closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself, past conscious thought, past learned spells, to something primal and inherited. When he spoke, the words came in the same ancient language the White Walkers used, but flowing naturally, instinctively. Blood of my blood, ice of my ice, hear my call across the divide. What was taken, I freely give. What was bound, I release. Return to light what darkness claimed, by sacrifice and true intent. The glow intensified, spreading from the wands up Harry's bleeding arm, suffusing his entire body with verdant energy. He felt it drawing from him, not just blood but something deeper, more essential. Life force. Magical essence. The very power that made him what he was. Through the growing pain, Harry maintained his focus, directing the ritual's energy northward, toward the wall, toward the heart of Walker territory, toward Jon. In his mind's eye, he saw them, thousands of blue-eyed figures suddenly pausing in whatever tasks had occupied them. He saw Jon most clearly, leading a contingent of whites toward Winterfell, stopping mid-stride as the green energy touched him. Return, Harry commanded, pouring everything he had into the connection. Remember what you were. Reclaim your humanity. Jon's transformed features contorted with struggle, ice cracking along his face as the competing magics battled for dominance. Around him, other walkers experienced similar effects, some fighting the transformation, others embracing the chance at release. At Winterfell's walls, the whites suddenly collapsed, the magic animating them disrupted by the ritual's expanding influence. The wizards attacking alongside them faltered, feeling the magical shift in the air. In the God's Wood, Harry's strength was failing. The ritual demanded more than blood, it required life energy proportional to those he sought to free. Hundreds of walkers, thousands of whites, the cost was enormous. Harry, Bran's voice seemed to come from far away. You need to stop. It's taking too much. But Harry couldn't stop, not when he could see the transformation beginning to reverse, not when Jon's eyes were showing flickers of humanity beneath the blue glow. He pushed harder, giving more of himself, his vision darkening at the edges. Harry. Another voice joined Bran's, Arya, arriving in the God's Wood with Robb and Daisy. What's happening to him? The ritual, Bran explained urgently. It's draining his life to power the reversal. He's giving too much. Through fading consciousness, Harry heard them arguing, felt hands trying to pull him away from the wands. But he maintained his grip through sheer force of will, knowing that breaking the connection now would waste everything he'd sacrificed. Jon, he managed to whisper. Almost there. In his mind's vision, he saw Jon's transformation reversing more completely, ice melting from his features, humanity returning to his eyes. But the effort was killing Harry, his heartbeat slowing as the ritual consumed his vital energy. Then, unexpectedly, he felt new strength flowing into him, not his own, but familiar nonetheless. Opening his eyes with enormous effort, Harry saw Arya kneeling beside him, her hand clasped over his on the wands, her own blood mingling with his. Not alone, she said fiercely. Stark blood stands with you. Robb joined them, then Daisy, each adding their blood to the ritual. Even Bran contributed, cutting his palm against the heart tree's bark, connecting himself to the magic. The combined sacrifice changed the ritual's balance. Where Harry's singular effort had been barely sufficient, their united strength created a surge of power that rushed outward like a tidal wave, overwhelming the Walker magic with pure, living force. Beyond the wall, the transformation accelerated. Jon was the first to completely return, ice magic driven from his body, humanity restored. Others followed, those with the strongest wills or most recent transformations breaking free of the Walker corruption. Not all could be saved, the oldest Walkers, those who had surrendered their humanity completely, shattered rather than transform, their existence dependent on the very corruption being purged. But hundreds returned to human form, confused and disoriented but alive. At Winterfell, the attacking whites collapsed completely, returning to the true death as the magic animating them dissolved. The wizard attackers, seeing their undead allies fall and feeling the massive magical disruption, retreated in disarray. In the god's wood, the ritual's glow finally subsided. Harry collapsed backward, caught by Robb before he could strike the ground. He was deathly pale, his life force dangerously depleted despite the shared sacrifice of his friends. "Did it work?" he managed to ask, his voice barely audible. "The whites have fallen," Daisy reported. "The attackers retreat." "Jon." Harry pressed, struggling to remain conscious. Bran's eyes rolled back briefly, then refocused. Alive. Human again. Confused, but alive. Many others with him, also freed. Harry smiled faintly. Then it was worth it. His eyes closed as exhaustion claimed him, the world fading to comfortable darkness. The last thing he heard was Arya's voice, urgent and commanding, "Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. The North needs you. We need you." Then nothing. Harry drifted in darkness for what seemed like eternity. Occasionally, voices penetrated the void, familiar yet distant, calling him back to consciousness. But the darkness was peaceful, restful after years of struggle and responsibility. Sometimes, in this twilight state, he glimpsed figures watching him, stone kings from Winterfell's crypts, ancient wizards in unfamiliar robes, even his own infant self being placed in the snow of the Wolfswood. Whether dreams or visions, he couldn't tell. Most frequently, he saw Jon, fully human again, leading the freed Walker victims south toward Winterfell. Their journey appeared arduous, many still adjusting to returned humanity, but Jon's face showed determination beneath his exhaustion. "Come back to us," Arya's voice penetrated the darkness. "You've slept long enough, Potter." Gradually, sensation returned, the feel of furs against his skin, the smell of medicinal herbs, the crackling of a nearby fire. With enormous effort, Harry opened his eyes. He lay in his chamber in Winterfell's main keep. Arya sat beside his bed, dark circles beneath her eyes suggesting she'd maintained her vigil for some time. When she saw him awaken, relief washed over her features. "Finally," she said, trying to sound annoyed though her voice betrayed her emotion. 3 weeks is excessive, even for you." 3 weeks. Harry croaked, his throat dry from disuse. Arya helped him sip water from a nearby cup. "The ritual nearly killed you. Maester Wolken wasn't sure you'd recover." "The others?" Harry asked once he could speak more clearly. "Robb and Daisy are fine, the blood they contributed was minimal compared to yours." Arya's expression softened slightly. "Your magic protected them, apparently. Took the brunt of the sacrifice yourself, stubborn as always." Harry managed a weak smile. "Winterfell? Damaged but standing. The stone defenses have mostly returned to normal, though some remain, aware, I suppose you could say. The courtyard gargoyles still move occasionally, especially when strangers approach." "The Collector?" "Imprisoned in the deepest cells," Arya reported with satisfaction. "His remaining followers either fled or were captured. Robb intends to execute him once you're well enough to witness justice served." Harry nodded, processing all this information. But one question remained uppermost in his mind. "Jon?" Arya's face brightened. "Alive. Human. He arrived a week ago with nearly 300 others, former walkers restored by your ritual. They remember little of their time transformed, which is probably a mercy." "Is he here?" Harry asked eagerly, attempting to sit up before weakness forced him back down. "Not at the moment. He's leading a ranging to the wall, to assess conditions there after the Walker collapse." Arya's expression turned serious. "Things have changed dramatically, Harry. The dead no longer rise. The wall's magic seems stronger than before. And the few remaining walkers, those too far gone to be saved by your ritual, have retreated into the far northern wastes." "The sleepers?" Harry asked, remembering the ritual's purpose. "According to Jon, whatever ancient beings slept beneath the ice have returned to dormancy. Your ritual didn't just free the transformed, it reset the magical balance somehow, restored things to their natural state. Harry closed his eyes briefly, relief washing through him. The threat that had driven his ancestors to such desperate measures, sending a child forward through time as insurance, had been neutralized, at least for now. "There's more," Arya continued. "Ravens arrived from King's Landing. The Southern Wars have ended with Joffrey's death. His younger brother Tommen rules now, but effectively as a puppet of his advisors. They've offered terms, the North's independence recognized in exchange for non-aggression. Robb accepted. With conditions. The details are being negotiated." Arya leaned closer, her expression earnest. "Harry, the North remembers what you did. Not just the lords, but the small folk too. Stories have spread about the wizard who saved Winterfell, who fought the dead, who freed those claimed by winter." Harry shook his head slightly. "I just did what needed doing. And that's why they love you," Arya replied simply. "In a world where most act only for personal gain, you risked everything for others." Before Harry could respond, the chamber door opened, admitting Robb. The Lord of Winterfell broke into a wide smile upon seeing Harry conscious. "About time you rejoined the living," he said, approaching the bed. "We were beginning to worry you'd sleep through spring." "Spring?" Harry questioned. "The maesters say winter's grip is already loosening," Robb confirmed. "Faster than any natural progression should allow. They attribute it to whatever you did to the walker's magic." Harry absorbed this news with wonder. The long night, or what might have become one, cut short before it truly began. "What happens now?" he asked quietly. Robb's expression turned serious. "Now we rebuild. Strengthen the North. Prepare for whatever comes next, magical or mundane." "And me?" Harry asked, the question that had haunted him since childhood finally unavoidable. "Where do I belong in this new North?" Robb exchanged glances with Arya before answering. "That depends on what you want, Harry. You've more than earned the right to choose your own path." Harry considered this carefully. With the Walker threat neutralized and his connection to the ancient wizards better understood, he could theoretically go anywhere, do anything. The mysteries of his origin had been largely solved, the purpose of his time-displaced arrival fulfilled. "I belong here," he said finally, certainty filling him. "Winterfell has been my home since Ned Stark found me in the snow. The North is where my magic works best, where I understand the rules and responsibilities." Relief crossed Robb's face. "I'd hoped you'd say that. Because I have a proposal for you." He sat beside the bed, his expression solemn. "The North needs a protector, someone to monitor magical threats, train those with gifts like Bran's, maintain the defenses you've awakened in Winterfell." "What are you suggesting?" "A formal position. Advisor to the Warden of the North in matters magical. Guardian of the old powers." Robb smiled slightly. "The Winter's Wizard, as people have already begun calling you." Harry felt a surge of emotion, gratitude, pride, belonging. For a boy found abandoned in the snow, there could be no greater acceptance than this official recognition of his place in the North. "I'd be honored," he said simply. "Good," Robb clasped his forearm in the traditional northern gesture of respect between equals. "Rest now. Recover your strength. The North will need you at full power for whatever challenges come next." As Robb departed, Arya remained, studying Harry with those penetrating Stark eyes. "What?" he asked, noticing her scrutiny. "Just wondering if you finally found your answer," she said. "What answer?" "To the question you've asked since we were children. Who am I? Where do I belong?" She tilted her head slightly. "Have you found peace with it?" Harry considered this. The revelations about his origins, sent from the past during the first long night, descended from ancient wizards who later became corrupted as White Walkers, might have disturbed some. But strangely, they brought him clarity rather than confusion. "I know where I came from now," he acknowledged. "But more importantly, I know who I am. Not just a wizard displaced in time, not just the last of an ancient bloodline. I'm Harry Potter of Winterfell, raised by Ned Stark to value honor and responsibility. That matters more than whatever my ancestors intended. Arya nodded, satisfied. Good answer. She stood, moving toward the door. Get some rest. Jon should return within the week, and you'll want strength enough to greet him properly. Left alone, Harry gazed around his chamber, the familiar stone walls, the hearth fire burning cheerfully, the subtle magical runes now visible in the mortar between blocks. Winterfell had changed, awakened to its full potential just as he had. Outside, snow fell gently, ordinary winter snow, not the unnatural cold of Walker magic. Beyond the walls, the North continued its daily life, its people now aware of both the magical threats they had faced and the protection they enjoyed. Harry Potter, the abandoned infant in the snow, had found his purpose. The boy who lived would continue living, not as a prisoner of fate or ancient schemes, but as the North's chosen protector, the Winter's Wizard of Winterfell. And that, he decided as sleep reclaimed him, was a future worth waking for. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.